Hello, everybody. It's been a while since we last saw you. Welcome back to Graham Crackers, where here on Graham Crackers, if this is your first time tuning in, we are all about making memories with friends, whether those are through TTRPGs, RPGs, or MMORPGs. So thank you for joining on this wonderful, wonderful journey. Tonight we are resuming our Goldshine Investigations, our D&D 5e campaign. That is a homebrew campaign DM'd by the wonderful Anonymous. I am Graham, or Graham Crackers, your host and runner of this channel, and I'm playing Harris Nervos Blackmont, Lord of the Barrow-Dells. And I am joined by some fantastic, phenomenal people and wonderful friends who, while they need no introduction, I'd love to know three things. Who are they? Who are they playing? And what's one thing they're looking forward to?
Nice of you to again not do that yourself, but I am Pharaoh. I will be playing Yutaka, the Water Genasi cleric rogue of many things. Maybe a dragon, who knows? I look forward to creepy Meg Hagface, the dragon, being her sassy self.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Kari. I am playing Israel, the Fae Pact, half-elf warlock. I love switching that around every single time I say it. I am looking forward to just the summit itself. I want to see these people interact. Also looking forward to the gnome lady arriving. I want to see that. I want to see her.
Okay, that's me. Hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. I play Griaz Bramblepelt. He's mostly a druid, definitely a bugbear with like a little spice of rogue on top. Currently a spider, as druids can do. Hopefully not gonna get... there's issues with that. We're gonna find out. But very excited to meet this potential dragon lady who's just like fully embraced that hag life. And definitely looking forward to getting back to my swamp. I hand it off to the incredible Jeremy.
Thanks, Derek. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremy, and I have the pleasure of playing Yvonne Blackmont, Lord Yvonne Blackmont, a protector Asimaro from Goldshine Paladin. And he is looking forward to, or I am looking forward to, I guess, just the end of this summit. It's been a lot of preparation. It's been on his mind forever now, so I think it finally coming to an end will bring him some inner peace. I know it will bring me some. And without further ado, I will pass it off to our wonderful GM.
That's me. Hello, I am Matt, your DM, and I will be playing everyone else. Are we ready to dive back in to the Goldshine Investigations?
Let me in!
When we last left off on the Goldshine Investigations, the party has regrouped at last in Jor. Yutaka has returned from their pilgrimage to Vermin Hollow, where they and Dr. Regina shared a tender moment as the woman finally made peace with her past, with Yutaka aspiring her to push into the future. And Regina is taking a little pilgrimage of her own to travel the world as the party has done, and see more of the world outside of the tunnels and the dark recesses of her own mind. So, with her potential partner in a much better place than when he first left her, Yutaka returned to Jor to meet with a strange hag woman who seemed to be able to perfectly read and detect the various magics that Yutaka and Dr. Tails were using, revealing themselves to be the Lady Unvile themselves, arriving incognito to scope out the nations of the leaders that she is actively at war with, and determine if this peace summit is truly one of peace or a potential trap. Going to meet with someone that she seems to think of as a close friend, the General Morgan Brooke, the bugbear captain that you guys have met a couple times now. Utaka waits on the docks for them, while Avron and Israel escort some old family and friends of our paladins. Noble Knight Cyril Loke, Avron and Gaheris's stepbrother, and Tigar, the Cambian chef who acted as a sort of mentor figure to the brothers growing up. The only leader who has not yet taken the stage is the Duchess Undaria, who is expected to be arriving shortly. It is about mid-afternoon, like kind of getting into later afternoon at this point, like about 4 or 5 o'clock. Utaka, you've just seen off Lady Unvile at the docks, which are still freezing cold. The water is almost entirely ice. And the Sultan, the Empress, and now the Noble Knights wait at the Castle Jor for the rest of the guests to arrive. As Avron and Israel, you start making your way back down the mountain to presumably make the same trip back up a couple more times. We will begin today's story with Gaheris. Gaheris, you said that you wanted to kind of consult with one of the mercenaries you hired, specifically the druid who has demonstrated a talent with small animals and rats, and negotiate with them to see what the situation with the vermin actually is. Is that still what you want to do?
Yeah, I definitely am still stomping and using the spirit weapon,
Fly swatter to take him out as you go.
And, yeah, so once I get to her, I will,
Hi, Captain. What can I help you with?
Hello, as you can see, and I, point to the weapon. There is a, very, very bad, vermin, integration? No, that is not correct.
Infestation?
Infestation. Do you happen to know what is up with this? I don't believe everyone invited them.
Do you think maybe Mr. Utaka is back?
I do not believe that Utaka is here.
Well, if you want, I can ask what they're doing here.
That would be perfect. If you could let me know, I would prefer that they are not here.
Yes, sir. Come on, Jingles. And kind of patting the rat on her shoulder, she kind of creeps, kind of like she's trying to sneak, but she's a kid. It's like that kind of obvious little tiptoe. But she makes her way to some of the spiders in a web, and kind of bending down, she casts Speak with Animals and begins to converse with the spiders. As she's doing that, is there anything you'd like to do?
No, I'll just wait. I'm also passively taking a look, making sure that no one is leaving the rooms. If I see the vermin coming out of any specific door or headed into any specific door or wing, then I will keep an eye out for that. But besides that, no, I'm just going to wait on what she has to say.
Okay. After about a minute or two of conversation, she looks over to you, not rising from her kneeling position, and they're saying that they're all looking for their father somewhere in this wing.
Their father? That can't be true. That is very curious.
The odds that all of them are brothers are very low, yes.
Well, I've definitely squashed a few non-spiders, so I assume they are not family.
They could be adopted.
That is true. That is true. I should not be making these funny assumptions. Do you know where their father is, or do they know?
I can ask. I could ask them. And she kind of looks at you for a confirmation if that's what you want to do.
Oh yeah, I will give her a thumbs up.
Excuse me, Mr. Spider, Mr. Spider, Mr. Spider. Could you take us to your father? And almost at once, the spiders begin to kind of twitch on the web and start scuttling along the wall, following the trails that the rats and roaches are leaving as they scuttle further down the west wing of the castle.
I will follow. My hand is definitely on my sword.
Yeah, your sword is to hand.
Yeah. And I will keep an eye out if I see if I'm passing by wherever Israel or Ivron are. I don't know Utaka is here yet.
Yeah.
So,
and Israel and Ibran are, since from the sounds of it, they've just been dropping the nobility off at the castle, making sure they know what rooms to go to, and then heading back down to greet the next group. So it's just you and Griaz in the castle right now.
Okay.
You don't even know that the noblemen are here yet.
Okay. Then I will send the mercenary to go fetch them and tell them to come to the West Wing. Or whatever wing I'm going to. I think it's the West Wing.
Yeah, you're in the West Wing. Griaz is in the East Wing.
I will send them to communicate that. As I go to find Griaz, who last I saw was investigating the same thing.
All right. So so as you give her this order, she kind of like nods, kind of turning an ear to listen, and then, okay, Mr. Spider, just keep leading the captain to where your father is. And you want me to just tell Mr. Blackmont and Miss Blackthorn what's going on?
That would be perfect. Tells them that someone has creepy control bugs and it is in Utaka.
Yes, sir. I'll get right on that. And with that, she starts kind of jogging down the wing, seeming genuinely eager to follow your instructions. She seems like she enjoys working for you a lot more than she enjoyed being an adventurer. And so you're going to go find Griaz at this point?
Well, I don't know where Griaz is. I'm following the spiders.
Okay, follow the spiders.
If they lead me to a door, which I assume I would take me a little bit, maybe like 5 minutes.
Yeah, so... Yeah, so... Again, it takes a few minutes, but... the spiders are very small, and it's a lot of like you watching them go, and then once they've gotten a little ahead of you, taking like a single step, and then like waiting a bit longer, and then taking another single step, but eventually keeping this process up for a few minutes. You're able to make it 2 doors down in the West Wing. The door that's in the center, because each of the wings has like 3 doors and then a staircase going up, very similar to what the castle and ground had. It appears more or less standard design for the Emelian Empire. So yeah, you see 6 doors in total, but the vermin are specifically conglomerating around the doors in the center. Second door from where you are now.
Do I know whose door this is?
I will say, yeah, since you were, I believe you were there for the Sultan being escorted in, yes? So yes, you would know that the second room from the left is the room that his advizier, Mir Kane, was staying in.
Wonderful. I will knock on the door.
And we'll come back to you. Griaz. When we last left you off, you had managed to resist the lull that the other vermin of the castle are falling under as you take on your arachnid form. With you able to resist that charm, you're of course free to do as you like. What do you wish to do?
Original goal was to check in on the weird-ass priest and the probable vampire. If he's not able to find them, I think he's going to try to investigate why he thought his dad was here.
Okay. But as we left you off, you had already rolled a good investigation check, which I did keep in mind. So as you take on your arachnid form, and this a form this small, you're easily able to slip like under the door, through the lock, like whichever method seems appropriate to you. And as you come out on the other side, you see again a royal bed chamber that looks very similar to the ones that you had seen in ground. Again, the core castle design is pretty similar. The central bed with the hanging curtains, bookshelves and wardrobes, and doors leading into the alternating rooms, since presumably people that are connected would be staying together. However, as you enter in, the first thing you notice is that the Empress and her advisor are on the bed together, just sitting across from each other, seeming like they're deep in conversation. Their conversation is whispered, but as you come again under the door through the lock and start kind of spider scuttling your way over, you are able to get close enough to actually hear what they're saying to each other.
If anything, he would climb up onto the ceiling and get
Okay.
above so that he's out of viewpoint. But yes,
Okay.
he would
All right,
definitely want to listen.
So going on the ceiling, you start listening to the conversation between the two of them. And you manage to kind of scuttle in and start holding still and eavesdropping just as they're like midway through it. It's just rumor. We haven't seen him. We don't know for certain. You may not, but I know my family. He's close. I can feel it. You never told me what happened to him. What happened between the two of you. Not much to tell. Whenever our family was broken up by these investigators, he disappeared. All the rest of us took our capture with dignity, but he escaped. Most likely changed his name, otherwise he would have been easier to find. But that's when I entered the picture. Managed to get you a pardon into my service instead. You demonstrate no supernatural abilities that are unbecoming of a wizard. You're just an illusionist. The Goldshine Investigation Agency had no reason to keep you prisoner. And thus, you earned me my freedom, and for that I'm ever grateful, my lady. But I can't just sit by while my brother, who evaded chains, hides from me, hides from his blood. I will find him. Do you suspect he's among them? A traitor, perhaps? It's certainly possible. His complete lack of magical talent always presented itself in a Weasley personality instead. But just tell me something I can identify him with. I want to help you, Illumise. I want to be there for you. He looks a lot like me, of course. We're brothers after all. But he didn't dedicate as well to his studies. He came into more of a tan than I ever did. Grew his hair out. He was always unkempt. His robes always patchy. I don't imagine that changed. And he always grew out his beard. I suspect to make him look more like a wizard than he truly was. Perhaps I can consult with the investigators, see if they know anyone by that description. If they know that he's a wanted man, then perhaps just take care of what you speak. The crimes you pardon me of are ancient ones, my lady, that far exceed even your own life. I want to speak with my brother. I do not wish to see him in chains. I understand, Illumise. I'll do everything I can as your empress. And Illumise, I trust you. I want your advice. Should I take what the investigators are selling us? What? The idea that there can be peace between the common folk and the monsters? She just kind of nods silently. I do think the lady on Vile is more civilized than the bulk of your people are willing to give her credit for. And you and her are not so different. Really. Really. I trust your judgment just as you trust mine, Amelia, but take caution in who you trust. These investigators, you heard it from their own mouths. They've gone rogue. They're their own faction with their own agendas now. And I barely trusted the Goldshine Investigation Agency to begin with. Nothing to do with my family history, you understand. Everything to do with the man in charge. You know something, Elamis, don't you? That's my job as your advisor, Amelia. I'm supposed to know everything. And there's something you deem fit not to tell me. My lady, you told me once when we were children that you would trust me with your life if I asked it of you, and that I would treat you the same. Has that changed, Amelia? And he wraps one of her hands in his, and she thinks for a second, kind of biting her lip, and then, of course not, Tilamis. I would trust you with my life. Then trust that secrecy is for the best right now. Where I'm taking us, where he's taking us, is exactly where you want to be. Peace. You don't want this war to continue, do you, Amelia? I'm ready for it to stop. These colonies aren't worth the finance we've spent on it, the lives that have been lost. Even my nobility is starting to drop like flies. Everywhere this field team goes, my nobles vanish, or their loyalty becomes in question. I'm ready for the war to stop if that means my empire stops crumbling. If peace with the monsters is what it takes, then I'll sign whatever they ask me to. Then, my lady, simply trust your instincts, and I swear I will take you exactly where you want to be. And he wraps his hands around her head and brings her in and gives her a kiss on the head. And she smiles and lays her head on his shoulder, and he runs his fingers through her hair. And the two of them sit there silently as you observe, Griaz.
Yeah, sure. I should be watching this part. Griaz, their conversation seems over. Griaz is going to start scurrying along the ceiling back towards the door.
Okay. Since you're a spider and they're pretty distracted, I'm not even going to bother having you roll stealth. You're able to slip through, again, the cracks in the door out the other side as the room falls into silence. Nothing appears to be happening between them, just enjoying each other's company, basically.
When he gets to the other side of the door, he's going to try to listen back into the come to daddy part and see, where is that holding him?
Make me a wisdom save.
What's that? It's a 15 plus 6, so 21.
Okay. You managed to narrowly resist the call. As the moment your focus is off the eavesdropping, you're internalizing everything you just heard, you begin to hear it again. Father is here. Find him. Find him. You feel that same loyalty that you would even to your own blood, but you manage to swallow the instinct and start making your way as a scuttling little spider towards the West Wing, where this call seems to be emanating from. And as you go, you can see every so often a single roach will scuttle out from under one of the doors and join you, or at one point from a small hole in the wall, a rat crawls out and starts and even though you're normally creatures that would either eat each other or just ignore each other, there's this almost camaraderie as the three of you share the path to the West Wing.
Just lift a little palpable and be like, "Sup, family? Go see Dad? Yep. Sup, family?"
The rat stops and kind of sniffs at the air, and you swear it almost gives before going back to the ground and pawing its way along. But it seems to actually be going slow enough to every so often it periodically will stop and let you and the roach catch up before continuing on its way. This really
are that much faster than me. Spiders are surprisingly quick. They're almost as fast as dwarves.
Fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it becomes this really twisted vermin and garbage themed Disney movie as the three of you make your way across the upper side of the stairwell to the West Wing of the castle.
Cool. Go follow along until I figure out where who father is supposed to be.
Yeah, who's daddy? Israel and Ivron. As the two of you make your way back down the mountain, having just dropped off the noble knights after sharing fond conversation and memories with them, you make your way back down the mountain and reach the center of Jor once again. However, as you're looking around to make sure you haven't missed another parade, which it seems like the Sultan's parade is thankfully being largely cleared away, the Amelian Empire's troops are just relaxing at the tavern. But more interestingly, at least to the two of you, you notice that down the road at the frozen docks, you see Utaka standing as if they've been there the whole time. Last you knew, Utaka was weeks away from here.
Is that? I mean,
Drew just waves like, hi.
You see him like
Oh.
turning and he's like picking something out of his teeth, and then like he raises that hand. He's like, "Yo."
well, everyone will make his way towards the top.
Man.
Okay. The two of you make your way across the snowy streets to the frozen docks, and you regroup with Utaka.
Weren't you doing a thing that was going to take longer? Did the chronomancers get to you?
Not like those ones who did the whole dragon bit, but he, who I'm not gonna name because I'm not gonna intrude on his space right now, came and helped. You know, the one who's like either story or like furry
She does like jazz
offshoot of your
hands
butt,
and then goes,
like,
yes.
and I don't know how to spell it. I don't know which one it is, so I'm gonna assume it's like the furry thing that comes out of people's asses.
My word.
Anyway, what?
Francis, he does have a first name, you know.
Don't worry about it.
I just
Yeah,
don't know
so-
if it's listed like an ALE or an AIL.
Fair point. On a different note,
Isn't his name Francis?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Frankie. Yeah.
What?
Friendo Sonic.
All right.
awful. What are you doing over here? And she like gestures to the dock.
Oh, this is where he dropped me off. Where is this thing all happening?
She points up to the castle.
All right.
We've already received the Empress and the Sultan, as well as representatives of Hell Knight. So you will have company if you venture up there.
We still need to wait for the Duchess and Lady Undial.
Yes, Lady on
Huh. And like, are they supposed to arrive at a certain time or something?
Today, right?
That
Anytime.
correspondence I got, yes.
And we have to walk up a mountain? Like, who set that up? You know how much
She just
walking
subtly
I've done
points
today?
at Imran. Like,
Everyone's just looking at you like, we've been doing this, we've been going up and down all day. Like,
exactly. She's like, yeah.
You know how much walking I've been doing for the last like 2 days? So much.
Yes. Considering that both me and Evron have been up and down that mountain at least 6 times today, yes. I'm pretty sure we're aware.
Okay. Fine. I don't know if that's more or less than like going through Vermin Hollow, but you know, whatever.
You did go through Vermin Hollow. That must have been a huge trial for you. She
Yeah, it was
only
pretty
sounds
fantastic.
semi-sarcastic. She's
went
like, of course you
great.
got a fine time.
Like, thanks for asking. It was pretty great, actually.
Did you
Big
bring
stuff.
Barry any friends?
Tail didn't like. He was like, "We gotta go now." When I went, so I didn't have time to grab Barry. I know she would have liked it, but Regina's
Probably.
gonna stay over there for a while, I guess, and travel or something.
That's right. She's from there.
Not really. She went there with like
But she had a house.
her old. Yeah, from there's a strong term though. I think she was
She
like
had a house.
she was driven back there. I don't think she lived there before all that.
Israel appears to have a very confused look on her face because to her, the act of owning property is a pretty significant thing in any location.
Yeah, like the idea of
And
being
the
on
act
the
of
run
owning
and just
property in a place
yeah,
means that
yeah.
you're from there,
yeah.
in her opinion.
Yeah.
So she's just
I
gonna let
think-
that pass. She's like, fine, whatever. It's fine.
I take
Yeah,
it
well,
that,
like we have a house in fucking Valebright, but we're not from Valebright. Anyway, what?
Not
Concept of
important. Are you
landlords
gonna-
would kill Israel.
What?
The concept of landlords would kill
Oh,
Israel.
she hates that. Like you don't own your own property. That's lame. That sounds fake.
That sounds fake.
I guess I'll just go up there and entertain them. Whoever is up there.
please do be on your best behavior. After all, things are a bit tense as they are. No need to blow the roof off of its seams, so to speak.
Okay, so no explosions. It would be pretty entertaining though.
Good start, yes. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to stay with us down here to greet a lady on violin, the Duchess.
Nah, that sounds like boring shit. I'm gonna go up there.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Peace.
Bye.
Utaka, you start making your way up the mountain.
Israel,
As-
meanwhile, turns to Ivron and starts discussing the concept of owning property. Like, isn't that like significant? Isn't that? I'm not crazy, right? And they start to have that conversation,
How
probably.
can a renter not own the property they live on? At that point, you're just living on someone else's land. Isn't that illegal?
I feel like everyone's doing a lot more listening and nodding than he's actually.
This just in, Israel invented communism in this setting.
Yeah, because also Ivron's a lord who owns a lot of land that people live on.
Yeah, but there's like rules to that, and it's different. Like serfdom again is different from renters. Her appreciation of the concept of yes, we deliver a certain amount of goods to the lord because the land is also his. Like we share that, but she interprets it as sharing, less as renting, because like
Our land.
you know, our land.
That led the naval invasion of Jor in the first place. No longer wearing their military armor leather coat, they are simply wearing their ceremonial general's uniform of the Bluefield Alliance, a blue uniform with red stripes. Although they do still wield a vicious-looking orc sword at their side, just to be safe. And the two of you see Brooke is kind of delicately escorting this tiny, frail-looking old woman who fits the description of the hag that Utaka met. This like crooked, like withered-looking crone with warts and moles and this long, frayed hair. And the only indication you get that she is significant in any way is the slight gleam of like intelligence in the dark eyes. And as the general escorts this old woman, like taking her delicately by the arm with all the cordialness of like a teenage punk escorting an old lady across the street, escorts her to the two of you, and the general gives the two of you a bow, a lot more on ceremony than they normally are, and this is where we're supposed to be having the meeting.
It is at the castle, General. If you would like, we can escort you up there. It would be my privilege. Well, I don't want to assume. Who is your comrade here?
He gives a bow and steps to the side with like this low, respectful bow of the head as the hag steps forward and kind of looks you up and down curiously, Avron. And am I to presume that I speak to the Barrow Lord, former captain of GSIA Field Team C, Ivron Blackmont, brother of Gaheris Blackmont, son of Danahir Blackmont?
Your presumption is correct. And Ivron gives an equally low bow.
Then, and she holds out a hand, not for you to, like with the fingers up for you to kiss, but to receive your own.
Okay.
And as she takes your hand, she gently runs her long talons down your wrist, giving you this kind of goosebump sensation. And then am I to presume that your lady friend, I presume you would be Lady Blackthorn, native of Perugia, you come from a logging town. You had 5 siblings?
You're missing a few. But she also bows.
Am I to presume that you would both be comfortable receiving me in my true form?
Whatever form you seek to take, my lady.
Lady Bluefield, you know that the common folk don't like dragons much.
And
There's
she,
a subtle widening of her eyes and then a subtle check, like how much clearance do they have around here? That's her first concern. I was like,
yeah,
if
which
there's a
you're on the
dragon
docks.
here.
It's fairly open, and the docks are freezing, so nobody's here right now.
And Israel will give like a subtle, no, that should be fine. We should be good, structurally speaking.
Lady Unvile gives a lick of her chops, and you can see the tongue is forked. And her body begins to shift and morph. You see she takes on the form of a massive, ancient black dragon. A body like a vampire bat's. Her cloak becoming the fabric of the wings. Her legs like distorting and bending. A somewhat short for a dragon, but still no less impressive tail unsheathing like a blade. And the warty crone head extends into this scaled rattlesnake-like head with long fangs. And you can see green fire puff with every word she speaks as she shakes her head side to side, almost as if stretching to be out of like the human body confines. And stretching her serpentine-like head back into a striking position, her neck forming an S as if in any second she could bite and you would all be dead. I am Lady Unvile Bluefield, Lady of the Bluefield Alliance, representing the eastern settlements and underdark lands of the Mazais Undercommon. And General Brooke just bows, a tiny little flea compared to her, gives a bow, and General Morgan Brooke, founder of the Bluefield Alliance, and advisor to Lady Unvile Bluefield.
Both are welcome. I'm glad to see that the legend of your stature, my lady, is not exaggerated.
And I'm glad to see
rather
that legends of your charms are not lost in translation, Lord Blackmont.
It may be difficult, however, to receive you in the council chamber in this form, but tremendous you are. I am awestruck.
She smiles and kind of shaking her head side to side. I am comfortable taking on a mortal form for as much as it is needed to give the other leaders the illusion of protection.
Would you care to stay in the castle, my lady?
I have not had the pleasure of receiving common folk hospitality since I was a hatchling. Please, escort me. and amaze me with your hospitality and kindness, Barrow Lord Blackmont. And with that, her form begins to reshift and contort back down into that of the hag. And as she pulls the vampire bat-like cloak back over her head to reveal a long head of flowing, fringy black hair, she gives you a smile of needle-like teeth and holding her arm out to you as she is visibly a frail old woman. Care to escort me, Barrow Lord?
Ivron will hold his arm out as well, and escort her.
While they are walking, Israel would politely, of course, ask after dragons and, their development of perhaps young dragons, and when do they have the ability to take on human form, apropos of nothing necessarily, just in general. She's very interested in dragons, you see. And Lady Unvile is a beautiful example of one such dragon of high stature.
She seems politely amused at the line of questioning, but does answer your questions.
It seems to be in the effort to care for or understand dragons as best as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And that's clear to Lady Unvile through the line of questioning.
Like, you're not asking something like, oh, where's the best part to put a sword in?
No. It's very clearly like, so what do they need to eat generally? How do dragons develop? Can you tell me how you have reached such a venerable age? Like, what's it like to be a dragon?
And she, again, politely amused, but does answer your questions. We dragons are the favored children of the gods. As such, we have been blessed with unnaturally long life and power. My kind, even the most frail, can live eternally if their life is not prematurely ended by your kind. We live in peace in an isolated archipelago far beyond the reach of your ships. And rarely we will come to your lands to seek nesting materials, to seek food, to expand our territories, or simply to stake our own claims, and that is where we enter into conflict. I was one such dragon, born in the archipelago, formed from the blood of our creator. I flew for years to find this land and claim it as my own. The subjects saw me as a beautiful, angelic queen and treated me as such. I ruled alongside my king, and together we formed a family. Our hatchlings were beautiful and healthy. Hatchlings of our kind take a while to hatch, but not long at all to grow. Within a few years, we will begin to grow rapidly. We eat primarily meat, although vegetables are not outside of our diets. By the time we are adults, if you intend to care for younglings of my kind, eventually you'll have to resort to giving them entire heads of cattle just to sustain them for a day. As for the ongoing politics of my kind, unfortunately, my husband was lost, the first casualty of the war, as were my children. The Empress, the Sultan, and the Duchess declared war by breaking into my home and slaughtering my family. Animals, they called us. Monsters. Evil dictators that sought to bring ill civilization, evil magics like necromancy to the land. And for that we ought to be destroyed. However, this is my land. It was given to me by our divine creator. And I seek for all of us to live in peace on it. But if that is not what they will give me... Again, the forked tongue and the slight ebb of green and black smoke. I will happily see peace in complete
devastation of the land, if I must.
Matt, if Ron's gonna use divine sense during their meeting, any blips on his map?
She registers as similar to the Sultan, not a fiend, but blessed by one.
And,
However, I will say you also get a touch of something different, something you've not seen before.
oh,
The closest I can think to compare it to for you is the kind of bear magic you saw in the Silver Sanctum. This is kind of like that, but if that was almost prehistoric eldritch magic, this somehow predates even that. It's as if you are looking, this is to magic what a gold nugget is to a bar of gold. They're the same, but so different in every perceivable way. It's hard to imagine that it eventually becomes the same thing. Whatever magic she's using is very, very old.
awesome. And I think you once told us that she's evil, or like her name.
She does register as evil on your
Yeah.
radar, yes.
Okay. I remember you saying like her name changes, but she's always evil.
Yeah. Like basically, no matter what knight of what oath does this ability, she always registers as evil, and every translation of her name translates to the evil one.
Okay, that's what it was. Thank you.
She's basically seen as darkness incarnate by those who know of her. I apologize. I got lost in memory there. To answer your question, any sort of farm meats are perfectly acceptable, and if they've already hatched, the hatchlings will be reaching their adult size within, at most, a few decades.
What about for teaching? Like mentally, I've never met a dragon before.
Don't
So
take this.
clearly,
I hope you don't take this the wrong way, Lady Blackthorn, but there's very little that you could teach even an infant of my kind.
that's what I suspected, but
They
again,
come out of
I've
the
never met
eggs
one of
fully
your kind.
coherent. Yes?
Something like that, or at least what's been described.
Our intelligence is vast, even from birth. Many of us are able to hold completely fluent conversations. There's even been stories, although mere stories, I've never witnessed it myself, that an infant dragon straight out of the egg is able to debate with the most intelligent of your scholars. They do not need you for knowledge, however, they do need you for wisdom. They do need you to guide them, to tell them what is good and what is wrong, what is evil and what is great, what they should and should not do with their power. That will be what makes the difference. You need not teach them nothing. You simply must show them the way. Show them how to be good by your people's standards, and they will follow as any child would.
So not too different from parenting anything, then.
Some things remain unchanged. It is the will of our Creator.
Who is your creator, if I might ask? I know many religions, but I've never heard it from the dragon's mouth, so to speak.
Because of the long-lived nature of my people, we are one of the few who remembers this world before even the Titans walked it. Long before the gods had taken shape, before the primordial deities were given form. We were all created from chaos, is the word your people use to describe it. A seething mass of nothingness, and with it came life. There's 13 such entities, although we only know the one, the creator of the dragons. We simply call him Star, as we see him in the night sky, his stomach stretching across the sky, every single mark on his body, every single imperfection, another world, filled with countless other dragons.
Well, that is a lovely sentiment. Perhaps if you have the time, we can discuss this further.
I do not get to share my people's teachings with outsiders that frequently. Worship of the divine entities is almost unheard of outside of my home. But before you go writing me off as some priest of a newfound religion, understand the ancient scale of which I speak. I was there when he clawed his stomach open and bled into your oceans to create the lands.
Does Yvonne get the sense that she's exaggerating or just trying to toy with him as an adult toys with a child?
Make an insight check.
Tell me you were there.
Israel's like, I don't know enough about this to have an opinion. I'm just gonna accept that because she definitely can kill me. So I'm just gonna not.
That's a 23.
You do get the vague sense that she's taking some pleasure in like sharing with you something that's so kind of ancient and out of your scope that you don't really understand it. But you don't get the sense that she's lying. If she wasn't there to experience it, she at least genuinely believes it happened and probably heard it from her parents or her parents' parents. Given how long-lived dragons are, it's totally feasible that she was alive at the creation of the planet, but it's equally possible that she is exaggerating slightly, but does, as far as you can tell, she genuinely believes that this version of the creation of the world is the true one that was actually witnessed by her people.
Oh yeah, sure. I think Yvonne is on the fence, but more so leaning towards, yeah, she was there. She makes sense. She's a massive black dragon. Not gonna call her out on her shit.
What would that do for anyone if she were lying? Realistically.
She gives you a smile, although it seems genuine, equal parts playful, and turns her attention to Israel. And may I say, it does warm my heart that you are showing kindness to my young. They are not my children, of course, but it is my responsibility to the undercommon of this land that I ensure their betterment and their futures. And my people may have a distrust of your organization and its members, but you have proven yourself an ally to me, and there is no other common-blooded person that I would trust to look after my own young. Make sure they are treated well, and you need not raise them as dragons, but ensure that they understand what they are, but that they can be whatever you want them to be.
Or rather, what they want to be. Most appropriately.
Very true. Then she continues again, after all that ancient grandstanding, just hobbling along as a little
She's
old
a
crone.
grandma. You gotta take care of them. It's crazy. Like, Israel would have been like deferential because that's an old lady. You don't just. It's an elder. You don't
Talk smack to your elders.
You don't talk smack to your elders. It's a good way to get whacked by the spoon.
Yeah, that's how you get the spoon. And I will say, Israel, as Avron continues to escort Lady Unvile up the mountain, you notice that General Brooke is just watching Lady Unvile speak with just like enraptured expression. And it also draws attention to a little interesting thing, that even though Unvile's considered the leader, given their introductions, Brooke was stated to be the one who actually physically founded the Bluefield Alliance, even though Unvile is considered its leader.
You know, I'm seeing a beautiful moment where Brooke goes adventuring for the Great Black Dragon, is like, hey, help us? Or help me unify all of these people? And Unvile's like, I like the cut of your jib, lady. Yeah, we'll do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
And such the Bluefield Alliance was born.
Yeah. It's like the cut of your jib, you little bugbear.
Yeah,
you're fun.
I like you.
All right.
Great style. Again, as they're walking, Israel will actually ask for stories of the dragons and their creator that she can then share as well. Because presumably any new dragons she meets if she meets any,
Just in case.
hypothetically speaking, that we all know is not hypothetical, but
Yeah.
we're entertaining the thought that it can be shared to the appropriate people who would need to know that information, perhaps.
All right. So she seems genuinely interested, and Brooke seems enraptured whenever she tells stories. Unveiled tells you the story of her people. The dragons, when their god sliced himself open to bleed into the oceans of Terra, and the blood meeting the water cooled the boiling blood enough to form islands, those islands are to this day where the dragons live in isolation. And again, periodically a dragon will just, they're ready to go see the world. They want to see how the tiny people live. They leave the islands, which they refer to as the star's blood, because space bled into the ocean, and that's what created it. The Star's Blood Islands were abandoned by some of the dragons who went on pilgrimage to either gather materials for their hordes to bring back, to find mates in other dragons that had gone adventuring in the past, as again, dragons are immortal. But supposedly this procedure had been going pretty much uninterrupted for even beyond the Second Age, back when the world was still a whole shared continent and all people lived together. The Golden Age, the Forgotten Age, the Silver Age. Through all this time, the dragons were just living in their isolated little archipelago, only coming to the mainland to steal, ravage, kill, mate, go home. But then eventually their god saw the hubris in just the sheer amount of pride the dragons had accrued in being the favored children of the gods, the angels, basically, of this world, that they too were punished when the world was split. They were allowed to remain isolated, but their god declared that if they could not learn to work together of their own accord, then he sure as shit wasn't going to help them. And that is why we have these factions of dragons that fight amongst themselves. The red, the white, the black, all these different dragons that hate each other. This is why. It is punishment for their pride, that until they learn to work together, they will not receive the favor of their creator again, as they once did.
So it's like the god's like, you know what? Since none of you can use my power responsibly, none of you are getting it until you all put on your get-along shirt.
Yeah, put on your get-along shirt, and then maybe I'll let you be borderline demigods again.
Exactly. It's like, maybe I'll give you your angel powers. Maybe you'll have deserved them. Everybody's in timeout. It's great. Good to know.
And I will say, Israel, that does give you you and Ivron both, a very terrifying thought of the dragons we see today are the weaker versions of the ones that existed in the First and Second Ages. These are the little baby versions. These are the Smogs to the ancient, godly dragons.
Again, Israel's mind attempts to go down that path, but she truly and honestly cannot comprehend power that great, so it just sort of shuts off, and it's like, too big. It's too big.
Yeah, it's Lovecraftian, just too big, not gonna do it.
Too big. We're just gonna write it off as incredibly big and leave it at that. Cool.
And she even claims that whenever this judgment was made, some of the dragons who already were willing to work together and didn't give in to their pride and sense of individuality, that they ascended to the stars and haven't been seen since, although the dragons believe that they were accepted by their divine creator and not only got to be angels, but got to ascend to be gods. A god beyond even what the gods know.
Favorite children who are like, we weren't fighting. We didn't do anything.
They're the brothers who were just playing video games quietly in the back, so you're just like, yeah, you can have dessert, it's fine. It's your siblings who I'm mad at. And Unveil just happily tells you all these grand cosmic tales, and always leaving her wording vague. You can never quite pick out if it's because she saw it or because she just knows people who were there well enough to be certain of it. Either way, it's given with the certainty of someone who knows for a fact it happened.
Cool deal.
As the two of you work your way up the mountain along with Lady Unveil and General Brooke, Utaka, you trudge wet and cold through the snow ahead of them, up in the castle, the investigations continue. Let me switch it over. I'm just trying to find good. Yeah, this will do. Garrus. You said when we left you off, you were knocking on the door that all the vermin seems to be gravitating around. And giving a... There's a brief pause, but then you hear the voice of Mirkane on the other side. Enter. Yeah, the Vizier to Sultan Rana Fernis Haidar II. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I'll allow that. Yeah, and I'll say he's telling you he can enter anyway, so even then, the door's probably not even locked. Yeah, fair, but, you see the Fire Genasi at Vizier, and they're still in their blue robes. It seems like they've only just started unpacking. What they have unpacked, you can see what appears to be a set of alchemical tools on the dresser of the room, and a few personal books that are being added to the bookshelf. A lot of setup for someone who's only going to be here for like maybe a week at most, but at you kind of looking around, they kind of give us a small smile and a shrug, and I prefer to be comfortable wherever I happen to be staying. Is there something I can help you with, Bower Lord Blackmont?
Just there. I seem to have noticed that you are attracting a lot of uninvited guests, and I will like motion towards like the line of vermin that have led me here.
Yeah, and
do you happen to know why this is occurring?
I believe I might. And I'll say, Griaz, at this point, you and your little roach and rat buddies arrive down the hall, and the rat and the roach both start to get really hyped that they're getting close to Father, like they're about to get what they came for. But Harris, from your perspective, you just see, like, among the other vermin, a rat, roach, and spider, like, crawling along the floor into the room.
I think my spiritual weapon is probably gone at this point. I think it lasts only a minute. Yeah.
Griaz, as you round the corner of the West Wing, you see Gaharis already standing there with the door open in conversation with who you recognize as Mirkane, the advizier to the Sultan.
Is he giving off the dad vibes?
Yeah.
Okay.
You would trust this. If right now, you're resisting the charm, but like your instinct, your gut reaction is if he told you to jump off a cliff, you would say how high and do it.
Okay. I think if that's the case, if Griaz gets a little enraged, he's going to scurry between Harris's legs and then pop back into bugbear form and point and go, "You're not my real dad."
I beg your pardon. They like put a hand on the on the chemistry table, and like one hand over their chest, and I believe you have me mistaken, Mr.
Oh, this is
Bramblepelt.
Mr.
Bramblepelt.
I was just minding my own business being a spider. Don't ask why. Questions are for me right now. And I got this thing in my head saying, "You're my dad, but you're not my dad." Are you?
No. Heavens no. I can explain everything. And he gestures to...
do I need to make an insight check to see if he isn't Griaz's dad? Like...
Make an insight check.
Yeah, like, what level of, like...
Please natural one this. Please.
Okay.
Why didn't you come back?
That's a 3 on the die for a... What is my insight? So, an 8 total. He might actually be your dad.
Might be. He definitely seems to know Griaz in some capacity. Like, the reactions are, like, justifiably surprised and shocked, but for someone who's not with the Bluefield Alliance, and again, the Sultanate has been leading the front lines against Griaz's homeland, and they're right up there next to the Black Swamp. It seems like he, like, almost instinctively knows Griaz in some way. He could be Griaz's dad.
There is a distinct look back and forth. One to the other. Piecing it together. The jigsaw's falling into place. It makes so much sense. That this could be Griaz's dad.
Whatever delusions you're
I haven't said
entertaining.
anything yet.
No, he's just reading your face. Whatever
And-
delusions you're entertaining, I assure you,
With my
I can
deception score,
explain.
ain't nobody reading this face.
You say that.
Poker face. And then I will, is there, so as you were saying, is there a reason why they are headed this way?
I am not only the vizier to the Sultan. One of my primary missions from my research position from the GSIA is the creation of new technologies that we can use in the war. And whenever I received word from my contacts, old friends in the organization, of the capacity of the damsel, which I'll say, for memory's sake, Gaharis, you remember that was the code name given to Regina by the GSIA. When we heard what she was capable of, we thought, given our enemies primarily reside in swampland and fetid grounds where vermin gravitate, being able to harness the power of vermin would be a fantastic ability to grant our troops. I was making sure that the chemicals had not been damaged in transport, and I suppose it must have aired out through the castle. I apologize for any confusion this may have caused you.
No worries, I absolutely understand. The need to check that all of your potions have not broken on the trail. If you would be so kind to,
Of course, I'll stop them right away.
Wonderful.
He starts, like, corking all the vials and potions in the row, and rest assured, this will not happen again. I apologize for the concern.
Oh, no problem. These things happen. What does a passive perception of 23 tell me? Are there poisons among the things he has set out?
And if not a 23, what about a 25?
Between a 23 and a 25, is this a Jafar situation?
So this wouldn't be just a perception for if it's poison. Make a
Investigation.
medicine check. Yeah, no, I'm gonna call this medicine because you have to identify a potion by sight. So
Sure.
if you both want to try and identify, make medicine checks.
Yeah, I would love to do that. That's a 15.
An 18.
No, none of them appear to be poisons. You see that there's a little bit of healing potion, a little bit of what appears to be a potion of curse removal. Gaharis, you recognize it as similar to the one that Basil gave you. So yeah, healing potions, curse removal, and one that makes you resistant to the cold. So yeah, cold resistance, curse removal, and healing are the most of the potions in the row. The other ones appear to be homemade inventions. You have no idea what they do.
Sure.
Is there anything else I can help you with while you're here?
No. That was all I wanted to investigate, was just to make sure that no one was sending poisonous spiders to attack someone.
Griaz will pop down the omniscience goggles and just give a little true sight just over everything real quick.
Popping down your true sight, you notice that everything in the room itself appears more or less the same. However, there are two distinct differences you notice. One is that in your true sight, you notice that there's actually a crowd of vermin already around them that you don't see when the goggles are up. And secondly, Mir Kane looks completely different under true sight. rather than the fire genasi that you've been talking to, what you see is this beautiful lamia woman, a snake person. The lower half of what appears to be a rattlesnake or perhaps a cobra of some kind, black with these red diamond patterns. The upper body itself is not drastically changed, still seemingly a fire genasi, so perhaps there was still some fire elemental in their heritage somewhere, but the humanoid form that they take as the vizier does not appear to be their true one. They are in fact what I will say for D&D terms, to make it a little less confusing, in D&D terms, they are a Yuan-ti masquerading as a fire genasi.
Okay, then. Everything seems normal. Take the goggles off.
Then, if everything is normal, then we should probably get going, right?
We'll have our eyes on you.
I would expect nothing less, Mr. Bramblepelt.
Well, have a good night. We will see you tomorrow. And I will shut the door slowly. And
wait, before you go.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Here, for your troubles. And he holds healing potions out to the both of you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. You can never have enough healing.
An avocado. Thanks.
I will take one and hand the other one to Griaz. Have a good night. It's a pleasure to work with you. See you tomorrow. I believe that the breakfast will be served at the first chime of the bell tower or something. I don't remember. Someone will come to get you.
Be sure to keep up your watch, Barrelord.
Oh, you know me, I don't need to sleep. Well, I mean, you don't know me, so I suppose, I'll be around. And then I'll shut the door and start walking. I'll go, Graz, I'm pretty sure that they could be your dad.
That was a goddamn snake woman back there.
What do you mean a snake woman? Like, there was a snake that came as a vermin?
Like, I'm talking about, like, under true sight, top half, standard, bottom half, snake. Like a mermaid, but scarier. Like a centaur, but minus the legs, and much more body.
That's a very cursed image of a centaur.
Like, it as this if it didn't have wings.
No, see, you still got the legs in there. You're not mixing your animals right.
I mean, the wings.
Like, no wings, no legs, no appendages. Snake.
Okay. So, do you think that the nobles knows this?
I don't know, but first of all, smash, and he's gonna smack the healing potion out of Garrett's hand.
It's on the ground. Oh, I am so clumsy, don't worry. Also, you don't trust it?
Store-bought's better in this case. I'm just saying, if they're mixing around with all sorts of chemicals and whatnot, and they literally got a fucking rattlesnake for a butt, that just screams venomous to me. You know what I mean?
No, that absolutely makes sense. Also, the ways I said I hope you keep your watch up tonight.
Everything they said sounded like a threat. Yeah,
yes,
literally.
Exactly. That sounded like a threat. That sounded like, oh, the game is already afoot and you are 10 feet behind everyone else.
They don't have any feet.
That is the problem. Where did they go? Nobody knows. But what do I know about you, Auntie?
Make a, I'll call this a history check.
All right, 14 plus 4, 18.
Okay. The Yuan-ti, or as they're known in this setting, the Naga, named after the mythological counterpart, are a very ancient race of reptilian humanoids. you know that they are fairly common to see just kind of around. They're not really confined to any one location. You kind of see them everywhere. They're not that different from humans and goblins and elves in that regard. Like, they're everywhere. The most significant things you know about them that would at least be immediately concerning to you, so it's not just like rattling off like, oh, little fun biological facts. You know that the bulk of them tend to be from the land of Forge. That it sort of seems the birthplace of their people, where the gods they worship do tend to be a little like, sacrifice people for me if you don't mind. And you know that some of them are very, very deadly venomous. Others, their muscles are so powerful that you've heard of knights in steel armor being crushed like soda cans in battle. They are a proud race that is not to be trifled with. Even one individual can be very dangerous. And the more religious among them tend to basically kill indiscriminately. It's often been said that befriending, since you were with the Hell Knights, on like an empirical like state level, trying to turn a nation of the Naga into allies is always a losing battle, because eventually they're gonna pray to their gods are gonna say sacrifice some people, and they're gonna turn on you. It's a matter of when, not if.
Okay. That, I think that's all I need to know. That tells me everything I need to know about this.
Basically venomous or very strong, and the religious ones tend to be very unpredictable and disloyal.
Okay. I will convey that to Griaz.
Super cool, great. Yeah, that all sounds.
That sounds so hunky-dory, right?
Should we just go back there and kill it now? I don't
mean,
want to make a whole.
We absolutely can not kill anyone until after the peace summit has already failed, or until someone else starts fighting, and then maybe even then we don't kill someone. But I don't think I'm going to sleep. I think that I'm going to keep double the watch now.
Yeah. Oh, hey, by the way, I went and checked on the cultist and Lady Amelia and everything. They are totally good to sign whatever to end this war, but pretty sure they also want to find Melvin, probably for nefarious purposes. So,
we cannot allow them to have Melvin.
Yeah, flat out. But I mean, good news, bad news. Yeah.
Is that this fair? Let's keep. I'm gonna escort Griaz to my room.
What's wrong with talking in this open hallway where things echo?
There are a lot of squished vermin, to be honest.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think I had Billy or something. I told them to clean it up. But I will keep walking back to my room, open the door, shut the door, and then I am going to cast a spell on the door. I think. Is Silence a level 2 spell?
It was.
Not for bards, never mind.
Okay.
But I will walk in there, and I will say, between you and me, I think that both sides are going to be pretty dirty, and I think that ultimately, I don't think there's a good side here outside of us. So I wholly believe that both sides are going to try something tonight.
So, no sleeping tonight is what you're saying.
It's why I have guards positioned outside of every door, on every corridor, every hallway. I've Naden running around outside, flying around outside, being a horse, keeping his eyes out. But if I was in their position, I would try to kill someone here.
Yeah.
In fact,
All right, well.
I'm half a mind right now that it would probably be in the best interest of probably this continent that some of these people are not in power. But peace is our first goal.
Start with peace.
Start with
Move
peace.
on to murder. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll start with peace and we'll go from there.
That's I mean, if you ever want to get like elected, that's a real good slogan.
Yes. Start with peace, but I have a sword and I'll stab you with it if you don't.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Plan A, peace. Plan B, question marks? Just a wink, you know.
Yes. Alright, well, we should probably not sleep. Oh, God, what do I have for spells today? I'm gonna cast Detect Magic. And see if my room has been spied
Tampered
on.
with in any way?
Huh? Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Harris, extending your magical radar. Nothing that you and Everon didn't set up yourselves.
Wonderful. Oh, well, on the bright side, the room hasn't been tampered with.
That's good. Hey, is there a room you're like particularly worried about? Because I got an immovable rod. We can just barricade that door real quick.
My problem with barricading the door is if something can go under the door or is already there with them.
Yeah.
Then
I
they
can
can't
for
get
sure
out.
walk through walls. Yeah, you got a point.
But I like the thought. If I had to think,
I'll find a use for it one of these days.
if I had to think about it. Now, hear me out. I don't think they'll fight each other. I think the most likely thing that's going to happen is they're going to target one of their own who's expendable. Whether it's a vizier or a high visibility target, and pin it on the other side.
Yeah, that's just classic war starting right there. That's yeah.
But you said the Emelian Empire wants to sign it.
I think it's less of want.
Has to.
They want to end the war, is what it's come down to.
Which
They
makes
are
sense.
not happy about it.
Well, they're losing. I wouldn't be happy about it either.
Yeah.
Which
Also, they got a
means,
weird relationship then too, but that's other here
Like-
there.
like a myself and Israel kind of relationship, or
Like one
like
step
a weird
below
uncle that
that.
comes to the party once a year.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, I like that.
Well, that's good thing we know that now. Now we at least have some blackmail. But I'm going to be spending my time towards the Bluefield Alliance's quarters. As of so far, I don't believe that that lady. Is it Unvile?
Holy
Maybe
shit, she's here.
Is she?
I don't know.
As far as I'm aware, she has not been here yet. So
Oh.
she should be arriving at some point. But we should keep our eyes out, no sleep, and then we'll just let everyone do the talking tomorrow. Or perhaps, we'll sleep a little bit.
Sounds like a plan. We'll go
Alright,
find the
Rick.
others.
Yes, I sent someone to go tell them that there were things happening at the castle. I'm sure that person, no doubt, followed my orders to the letter
Mm-hmm.
and fetched them.
Okay.
One thing to note, just as we're leaving real quick, Matt,
Go ahead,
is
go ahead.
so since the vermin thing was kind of settled, is it now warmer in this part of the castle? You'd know that it was like very cold when
Yeah.
all the
Yeah, it is warmer, but it's going, pardon my pun, in degrees. Like it didn't
Yeah.
instantly warm up, but it is starting to warm up a little
it is
bit.
normalizing. Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough. Cool. We're good.
because I mean it's snowing outside. It's not going to get warm, but it is noticeably less cold.
That's fair.
All right, Utaka. As you're making your way up the mountain, you're just about to reach the castle itself. Is there?
So, Matt, tell me about this mountain. What does the castle look like on top of the mountain?
The castle is here, I had the description before. Let me just pull that back up here. The castle sits on top of the mountain and just kind of overlooks. These are called the Hydra Mountains, overlooking the north side of the city. And there's these crystals that have been embedded in the what was once the dirt, but is now the snow, up the mountain to basically help you and the other travelers like find their way up and down easily. Just marking what the best path up the mountain is, basically.
Okay. Does the
and
castle take up the entire top of the mountain?
Yeah, it's built into the peak itself, and then the rest of it is hollowed out into the gorge that protects the castle itself.
Okay. And so it's built into the mountain.
Yes.
Is that okay? So there is mountain on top of the castle?
A little bit, yeah. But one of its highest towers is kind of built alongside the peak that is where the castle itself is like built into.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is there is ground on top of the castle.
Yes.
I would like to cast Temple of the Gods.
Okay.
Okay, so I am going to just kind of like meander my way up and through the tower up until like I'm kind of like where I can see what's going on above the castle. And then just kind of like settle down on the wall, just kind of be like, hey, to whatever guard's there, and then just start casting.
Okay. All of the adventurer mercenaries, they know you at this point, and at this point they know better than to ask questions. They look confused but allow you to go up to the tallest tower of Castle Jor, which basically neighbors, almost kissing the peak of the mountain. And once on the tall tower, freezing cold, right up against the snow without any cover, you begin to cast Temple of the Gods.
Okay. And so this occurs over the course of an hour. So anyone down in town, for instance, if anyone were to be down there looking up, on top of the castle, shimmering spires and jutting structures start rising into the air. As I guess the top of those spires would be about 120 feet tall, and then a large sort of atrium-like interior kind of rises, and with the castle kind of with the mountain at least kind of being woven into the appearing temple, there would be from the ground on top of Castle Jor, like a large sort of winding staircase will lead up to an pretty enormous, what looks like a sort of like a portcullis front gate door. And it would be clear from the outside that there's some sort of like cavernous room within. On the walls there will be sort of carvings, ingrained relief sort of various like waves, and amongst those like verminous creatures, and both outside and within, braziers of kind of this silver flame. And based on how many people I know are going to be in there, I would like a circle of of kind of stone chairs with silvered cushions to appear.
Okay. We will come back to you.
Okay.
Israel and Ivron. As the two of you are trudging up the mountain with Lady Unvile and General Brooke, you see a figure begin making their way down the mountain towards you, and you recognize the figure of Cindy Quill, the druid of the mercenaries. And she gives the two of you a smile, and hey guys, Gaharis said that he wanted me to let you guys know that there's some weird stuff going on in the castle, and that he wants you to check in with him. Where's Utaka? I thought I would run into them on the way here, but
There is a look between her and Ivron. What are you talking about?
yeah, because bear in mind, from you guys' perspective, Utaka went up ahead of you,
Exactly.
so Cindy
It's
had
like,
to have seen them most likely.
Frustrated.
So Utaka's got to be getting into
I
some
mean,
shit.
I also told her that Utaka wasn't here when they asked, because I didn't know that Utaka was here.
Yeah, but bear in mind, they know Utaka, and they know anytime something's going on, Utaka has something to do with it.
Whew. This is a smarter adventurer than I've ever gave them credit for.
Yeah, she's young, but she knows what she's doing. She knows you guys. She's been traveling with you guys for months at this point. She knows what's up. But she kind of shakes her head after a moment and, if you see them, can you pass the word on along for me? Unless, are they in town? Did you see them?
They left ahead of us, so if you haven't seen them, we haven't either. I'm sure we're about to find out, though.
And I'll say it's at this point that Lady Unvile just smiles and watches as you guys begin to see on the peak of the Hydra Mountains the Temple of the Gods beginning to take form. Huh. Well, I suppose it's a good thing I didn't go for ceremony. I would have been outdone.
Yeah, and Israel's just like squinting, like, what's going on? She like focuses her fun devil vision. Just like, what? Well,
You're just doing this whole business.
exactly, and they glow a little bit, and she like focuses her eyes.
Wow. Who's the old biddy?
Miss Quill.
Don't
this is
speak
Lady-
that way to your elders, and there's a smack upside the head.
Oh!
Go back to the castle and tell Gaharis we're on the raid. Shoo. Go.
Okay, fine. Bye, Mr. Ivron.
Go. Children.
Well, I suppose that's Utaka there, whatever it is they're doing. My lady, if you would like, we can continue on.
Of course, we're almost to the castle. No sense in stopping now.
Precisely.
All right. And I will say, once the two of you drop them off as you've been doing, do you want to head back to potentially receive the Duchess or go find Gaharis as he requested?
Israel will face everyone and say, what do you want to do? Like, I can go to Gaharis, so you can go to Gaharis. One of us can go get the Duchess.
Go to Gaharis. I am the host, so it is only my duty to welcome everyone here. However, if Gaharis is in some sort of trouble, thinking that something is going to happen or something is going wrong, please do make sure you quell his rantings. He often turns to some sort of ridiculous contingency plan that involves someone dying.
Got it. And then she claps him on the shoulder and is like, you've got this. Good luck. And then she's gonna like run in the direction, I guess Cindy said, which was the West Wing. Like a run jog in that direction.
All right. And Ivron, do you head back into Jor to receive the Duchess, the final of the guests you should be expecting?
Yes, to make up for the lost time that it probably took them to help a frail old lady up the mountain, he's going to jump on Yao and book it down.
Okay. And Israel, as you run up the stairs into the West Wing, you look and find that Cindy is not at her post, but you do see the rest of her team there. And Michael, the shark, shark triton that that was a member of the team. What you looking for, miss?
Yeah, Harris. Where is he?
East Wing. Yeah, he was squashing bugs on the way here and then went in there.
All right. Make sure you're all at your posts.
Aye, Captain.
She books it the other way.
And Harris, which of the rooms? You just occupied yours, right? Believe that's what you said you were doing. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, so depending on when Israel came up, like after the conversation with Griaz, Harris would have left his room and would have been patrolling the West Wing.
All right, so yeah, I'll say that's when you run into her.
Because we were carrying all of the rooms one by one, so everyone was next to.
Mm-hmm.
Quite literally turns the corner.
Yep.
It just immovable wall.
Yeah, exactly. And she's like, "There you are. What's going on?"
It is okay. Griaz and myself solved it.
She looks incredibly doubtful. She's like, "You're lying."
These bugs, and I will like point to like every 2 feet, and there's probably like a little like a mercenary that's like got a dustpan is like cleaning up, and he's like, "You dented the cracks. You dented the cracks in the tile." Hey, 1d8 force damage isn't to be laughed at. There was a line of bugs going into one of the rooms. Graz and I checked it out. They are a Lamia, but also they had a stopper. It is a Vizier. They previously worked for the Goldshine investigation agency. And on top of that, they had a potion and so on and so forth. We told them to stop it and to topper it. They gave us 2 potions. That's for the glasses. We shattered them because I'm not going to trust anyone here.
She slowly tries to process all of that. Does Israel know what a Lamia is? You even recognize that?
Given that you're a monster hunter, I'll say you make me a history check, but I'll give you advantage.
Okay.
Because you are a practiced monster hunter.
That is true. Let's see here. History. It's not my greatest. All right, that is oh, nice. That's an 18. Look at that.
You are aware of them, although you imagine that this can't be the same Lamia that Harris is thinking of. Lamia, technically in the setting, is used to refer to the demonic ancestor of all monsters. You're pretty positive that that person is not in the castle. So what you think Harris means is a Naga, which Lamia is often a nickname for them since they are the children of Lamia. So they are Lamia themselves. Again, you know most of the basics I already mentioned before. Incredibly strong coils, incredibly strong venom, depending on the species. Much like the Dark Elves are devoted to Arachne, they are devoted to their entire pantheon of very unpredictable gods that can have them be friends with you one minute and enemies the next, and you never know which way they're going to swing in the end, if they're religious
snakes.
Anyway.
Yeah.
You know,
snakes.
A snake.
Anyways,
with magical powers.
Anyways, on top of that, the Empress, intends to sign whatever peace agreements there are. There's some sort of nefarious desire for Melvin, and what's the last thing? Yes. What was the name? Spectacular? No, that's not it. I could have sworn it started with an S. Well, anyways, the weird wizard attendee.
Surreal.
Surreal. Yes. Has a weird relationship with the Empress.
Yeah, I gathered that. Also, the thing about Melvin. Okay, so that's confirmed. All right. Okay. Give me a moment. Just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
So, Utaka has summoned a temple on top of the mountains nearby. Don't panic yet. It is just a building at the moment. A really impressive building. I'm not sure how they did that.
Yeah, just a impressive building. Is
In other important news, Lady Unvile is here, and she is an ancient black dragon of considerable size and power.
Wonderful. Well, I'm glad that she made it here safe.
I did get some lovely stories for our children.
Oh, well, I'm sure they will love that.
Anyway.
I won't be sleeping tonight, as I would hate for Ivron's first peace summit to be ruined by bad news.
Did you get a good look at the disguise, the scales? Do you know, like, the pattern, anything?
Scales on...
The Lamia.
Oh, well, Griaz saw it. You'd have to ask Griaz.
Cool. Where's Griaz?
Griaz said, now, Gaheris, don't worry about what I'm doing. It's gonna be real cool. And then he winked at me really weird, and that was the last I saw Griaz.
Give me one moment. And she turns her head into her arm and she like screams for a second. And she's like, okay, thank you. I'll see you soon.
Of course.
Good talk. And she's gonna go like looking for Griaz.
I can only imagine that Griaz is like a ladybug and Gaheris just like pulls open the twig and is like, we got that one, buddy. We did it. It's like...
I'm gonna scream. Yeah, so at this point I think Israel's just gonna pace the castle for anything else weird. Possibly climb up to that tallest tower and figure out what the heck Utaka is doing, but more on that later.
She would probably run
Go ahead.
into Griaz like straightening a painting on the wall.
You.
Oh, hey, Israel. What's I'm glad that the messenger got to you and whatnot.
What have you two been up to? What is going on?
No, nothing. Everything's great. What do you think of I think it looks great. This painting here.
What did the Lamia look like? Like what's the pattern?
Like fire genasi torso and then snake body, and it was red with black diamond pattern, like a rattlesnake on the butt end.
Cool. So they're poisonous. Just note that for later. And
Well, venomous if we're really being picky about this.
Yeah, whatever. Fine. Maybe both. We don't know. And she's gonna have a moment and we're gonna breathe.
Yeah, it's all gonna be great. I'm setting up security measures
has anyone told Melvin?
No, I haven't seen Melvin because I know people are looking for Melvin, and I don't want anybody to follow me to Melvin, and me being the reason that Melvin gets found.
Fair enough. Why is it Utaka's the only one with sending? And she's gonna be like, I'll follow up with this.
Is he back, by the way?
Yes, he summoned a temple on top of the mountain. Do you want to go see it?
I sure fucking do. Yeah.
Cool. And she's gonna lead him. Like, you're gonna climb the tallest tower. She has spider climb, so I presume she's gonna use that to climb outside the tower and look at whatever Utaka's doing.
Okay.
As Griaz walks away, he's like, "Okay, buddy, now you stay right there, and you start shouting if you need anything." He has left Junior looking like a painting of a lord, just at like a cross section, like a T junction in the castle. So that is his security measure. Is he has left Junior as wall decoration.
The lord, presumably the former Duke of Jor, the teeth sharpen and they give you a wink before the painting goes back to normal.
Yeah, it's some Scooby-Doo shit. All right.
And Ivron, as you make your way down the mountain, just leaving behind the absolute nonsense that's going on at the castle. Garrus and Griaz conspiring, Utaka building a temple, Israel just trying to sort out the madness. Believe it or not, the politics are the more straightforward part of this. And you make your way back into the center of town, where you see in the town square, already getting the attention of a small crowd, a small group is waiting for you. You see two figures in the center, surrounded by a small collection of archers. Not as many as the Empress brought, or the Sultan for that matter, but a little bit more of an honor guard than Unvile saw it fit to bring. And one of the archers stops you as you approach on your mount, but as you, of course, come to a stop, they lower their hand. And Barrelord Blackmont?
Yes, I'm sorry that I'm late. Forgive me. I was escorting one of our other guests.
It is my honor to introduce Duchess Cerise Sundaria II, representing the western settlements of the Mazais Common, the Ondarian Duchy and the Ondarian family, and all gnomes and halflings in our great empire. And we're going to take a break there as the Duchess steps forward to greet you.
Hooray.
The Duchess looks surprisingly like Mistra.
It's just Mistra with a fake mustache.
Oh, wait, how would you guys react if Mistra stepped out?
I'd be so angry.
Literally shriek.
Ivron would be up. I think his heart would be disturbed. He'd be like, "Oh God."
Ivron's like, "Well, welcome, goodbye." Just turns on and leaves.
Yeah, you know what? No, never mind. We'll all be at war with the Ondarian Duchy and the Children of Red Side. It's fine.
He says nothing and jumps into the lake.
You never see Ivron.
No. Better, he goes, and then just turns and just
And we're back. Hello, everybody. I hope you didn't miss us too much, but we're back with more D&D.
Hi-ho.
What
All
is
right. Are we ready to dive back in to the Goldshine investigations?
Take us away, Matt.
Well, I'd be happy to.
Ivron. Standing before you is a much less physically assuming leader compared to, like there's been like noble knights and these powerful dwarven sultans and these proud, wealthy human women. You see standing before you, presumably, Duchess Cerise Underia II. You see before you a young girl, appears to be a gnomish, most likely. She's very small. This small gnomish girl, she couldn't be she has to be 20 at the oldest, at the absolute oldest. But she is covered in scars that are hidden by some face powder, but you can still see the bumps and dark marks where scarring is. She's heavily powdered her face to try and hide it. And I will say as a side note that Ivron, you would recall that whenever you guys captured Louis Tenniel, he had several months before, so it's been a year since then at this point, someone from the Bluefield Alliance attempted to assassinate Duchess Underia, and Louis Tenniel saved her life. So it's only been a year since someone attempted to kill her in her own palace, and she was just saved by the good graces of one of her soldiers. And you can see a little bit of that reflected in her. This is a woman who you can tell just at a glance is carrying a lot emotionally. She's so young and is still kind of afraid being out and about when someone tried to kill her not a year ago. Standing next to her, you see a much taller and slightly more fitting of the presence. You see an elvish man next to her, presumably her advisor. He smells of that kind of ashy, smoky smell that someone who smokes a lot of cigars would have. They're both dressed in red with an Underian duchy sash, which is pink and yellow colors primarily. And you can see the elf appears to be a light elf, and he's pale white, but his skin is really tallow and sunken, and he has a head of red hair that's long and greasy. Both of them seem really unkempt and unprofessional looking for royals. But Cerise gives you a bow, and I am the Duchess Underia. This is my advisor, Phineas Qatar. And Phineas gives you a bow, and I heard of your exploits in Terminus. You have our gratitude for dealing with such a powerful criminal hiding under our very noses.
Well, I did not do it alone. And you are most welcome, Your Grace. Please, come. May I offer you a ride? And he'll look to Yao and be like, you good with that, buddy?
Yao does seem more or less fine with it, but you're startled whenever the Duchess almost looks offended. And I can walk just fine, thank you.
Oh, yes, of course, Your Grace. I do not mean to imply that you cannot, but one of your stature should not walk through the snow.
She looks down at the snow, which is almost up to her waist, and just... And Phineas, seeming to kind of read the room, bends down and, "Here, my lady, let me help you." And kind of gently lifts her up, because he's an elf, he's huge compared to her, gently lifts her up and just, like a child, plops her onto Yao. And Yao's completely fine with it. Yao doesn't find it all that weird. And he looks to you, Ivron, and with a low bow, "Shall we, Barrowlord?"
Of course. Come. We are staying at the Castle Jor atop the mountain. It is quite a ride, but Yao should get us there in no time.
We bring with us 52 archers. Should they stay in town, or will they be able to stay in the castle with us?
Town would be best suited for the majority of them, but if you do have an honor guard, you may bring a few along.
You can see the Duchess looks really panicked at the idea of being so far from her soldiers, but Phineas just like gently runs a hand through her hair and just, Aces, step forward. And 4 of the archers step forward, seeming to be the most high-ranking. And the rest of you, you're dismissed. At ease. Enjoy the festivities in town. And try not to make the duchy look bad. And you can hear a few of the soldiers kind of laugh to each other. It seems like Phineas is the charisma of the Duchess's rule. And as the 4 aces follow in behind him, he gives you another bow. Avron seeming to carry himself with a good amount of decorum, even if he doesn't dress appropriately. And shall we?
Please. And along the way, Avron would make small conversation with the two of them, trying to put Duchess Cerise at ease and to build some sort of comfortability between the two of them. Maybe he'll drop some of his mannerism, his lordly manners, to level with her, if that puts her at ease.
And I'll say, since you had already done preemptive research on the nobility, I will give you this one. Exchanging conversation with her, you recall reading about some of this, and seeing it in person only confirms it. She is Duchess Cerise Undaria II, because the first very recently left this world, as the kids say. She was the youngest daughter of the first Duchess Undaria. However, she only took the throne because her mother and older sister both took ill with a deadly plague that sadly took their lives. She too got infected, but survived. However, the rash pockmarks scarred her skin, and she has used makeup to cover it up ever since then. Between the, survivor's guilt of being the only surviving member of her family, the insecurity at, she was literally the third in line to rule. Nobody wanted her to be in charge. So that insecurity definitely weighs on her, which makes her very quick to offend, but also quick to get emotional and distraught. She's basically constantly on the verge of a breakdown, which only got worse after the assassination attempt, which made her paranoid on top of that. On top of that, her mother and sister were both loved by the people of the Undarian Duchy, the gnomes and halflings, and as a result, she feels that she cannot afford to make a single mistake in her rule, or she will no longer be on the same level as them. By far, she seems the most poorly equipped for the discussion that's about to be had.
I would say, I think knowing this now, Ivron would level with her on the fact that he's the newly appointed lord, and he understands the pressures of living up to father's example and having so many people rely on him. But again, he assures her that he's there to help, he's there to protect her, offering his own security as well as his word. And I think he's got a daggone spell for things like this. Maybe heroism. When he shakes her hand or something, we'll cast heroism.
As you give her these comforting words that as a newly appointed lord, you too understand her pain, and you've lost your family too, and you cast heroism to bolster her against her emotional pain, not only does her breathing kind of settle and her posture on Yao relax, but you also notice she begins to smile at you a lot more, and you catch her even occasionally just outright batting her eyelashes at you as you make your way up the mountain. And periodically she'll like complain about the cold of Jor, like being this far west is freezing cold by her standards, because you guys remember the Ondarian Duchy is mostly tropical, and she uses that as an excuse to kind of nudge Yao towards you and then just like lean against you, just as an excuse.
I don't know what it is. I guess short people got a thing for everyone. We'll put it that way.
Would you not?
I mean, who can blame them? He's a good guy. But yeah, he escorts them up and.
Okay. Israel, as you literally Spider-Man your way up the side of the palace, getting some confused attention from the mercenaries that Gaheris told to watch the windows. Like you see Major Payne like leaning out the window that Gaheris told him to guard, like watching you go up, and just, what are you doing up there? You're muted.
Don't worry about it. This is all the thing here.
Yeah, and he just shakes his head incredulously. And Israel, I'll say between the trip into the castle, up the castle, and here, by this point, Utaka is just concluding their casting of Temple of the Gods. The temple has taken shape at this point, as if ripped straight out of Utaka's imagination and given form. This very powerful magic, as a temple now resides at the peak of the Hydra Mountains above even Castle Jor. Israel, you arrive at the elaborately decorated and well thought out doorstep of this temple as you step off of the tower of Castle Jor.
Yo.
So how are the dignitaries gonna get up here?
I got this like staircase that goes right up here to the edge of the tower. They just gotta come up the tower.
Okay, good. Has anyone filled you in yet?
What, am I supposed to like know something?
Yeah, come here. She's just gonna sling an arm around as she admires your work. Going like, huh, that's nice. And we'll fill you in on everything as she's been filled in with and additional knowledge thereof.
That seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Can you guys have like a normal day while I'm gone?
So she just looks at him. You know how much you've contributed to this day?
I wasn't even here for most of it.
I climbed up a tower.
Yeah.
Outside of it.
Okay. You do that all the time, though. Like, that's not weird.
For you, maybe. Anyway, are you coming inside? Are you staying here? What's happening?
I think
Harris won't be sleeping, so just...
Oh, that's dumb as fuck. Sure. Why don't y'all, like, do watches or something and sleep? Like normal people, like we did all the time on the roads.
Again, you're speaking sense.
Yeah.
I have no opposition to this. Do you want to come tell him with me?
I got a little bit more stuff to do up here, and honestly, I might just sleep inside. It's been a long day. I just finished casting a spell that took like fucking 24 hours, okay? And then I had to talk her down from stabbing herself, and it was just a lot. So I think I'm gonna go to bed.
That sounds like a good plan. Rest well.
Thanks.
She's gonna use the staircase this time because
you go tell him he's stupid, and you guys can take watches.
Got it.
All right.
As Israel's getting to the stairs, that's just about when Griaz is finally coming up them. That's a neat staircase. This is all very cool.
Hey, Griaz!
Oh God,
He's
I'm
gonna
not
sleep up there. You're not.
All right.
She just points up there the last bit of the flight.
Did you fill him in? Because I don't have air. Okay. Yep.
We're
I need
fine.
to work on the cardio.
go up and down these stairs a few times. You'll be fine.
Or I'll be dead.
It will be one of those two things. Come on. And she's gonna like help him. He wants to come inside. You good?
I gotta talk to the boy real quick. Yeah.
Alright. Don't fall. And she yells up to Utaka, maybe a railing next time.
Boo!
Hey, but I want to climb up here real quick and just tell you how cool your structure is.
Thank you. Like, why
Yeah.
didn't she say that? Honestly, you're right. It's pretty awesome.
Priorities. Hey, I can add to I didn't want to step on your toes as it was, but I can make stuff also here. I didn't want to.
Like what? Here,
Well,
come inside.
Oh, okay.
And he's going to head up the stairs, much less out of breath than you,
Yep.
and like
More stairs.
go over and adjust the thing that rises the portcullis entrance. And inside, as it you kind of pass through an initial little chamber with open doors into a very large chamber with several chairs kind of surrounding a stone and silvered round table. And you see like the reliefs around the walls and such, and a couple statues to gods in the back of the room. It is illuminated with silvered braziers. The flames themselves are silver.
This is pretty dang cool, but
Just thought I should like represent our city, you know?
yeah, absolutely. Well, dang, I don't want to mess any of this up. I was going to say I got this neat spell now where I can make a little bit of nature in a space, like a little grove, and also kind of control that too. So just in case stuff gets out of hand, I got a couple of.
You want to do some like? Can you do like flowered vines or something up the walls? That would look pretty fucking sick.
Yeah, I'm just warning you. There will most likely be trees.
Oh.
There will definitely be trees. Again, I don't have to. It's just one off.
Fine, but like, don't put trees in the like. Come on, I spent so much effort on
tastefully
this.
placed trees. Absolutely.
Okay, like maybe in the corners, and then like vines going up the walls and shit.
And only like a little bit of a swamp. Yep, I hear you.
No.
All
Right. Actually,
yeah.
you can do a swamp at the base of that tower over there, and he's gonna point to the tower that's dedicated to Ninglum.
Swamp tower, nice.
I just don't want the smell to be in this room.
Noted. Yeah, no swamp spell, but just like the vibe of a swamp.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, cool.
All right, same page. And then he'll
And then
spend.
can you do like plants that look like they'd be underwater at the base of that tower?
I'll do my best.
You're the best. We're awesome.
We're pretty great.
No one tells us that enough, and they really
we tell
should.
each other. Yeah, we should get it from exterior sources. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just once in my life
Are you
wanting
upset
Ron
that
to tell
you
me he's
don't
proud of
get
me.
mental?
Graz will spend 10 minutes casting Druid Grove around the area. So he is going to create a 90-foot cube of nature that kind of intermixes. It even says in the spell that buildings and other structures are excluded. So it kind of intermixes with. And yeah, kind of make this like a half nature temple sort of deal.
Taking some personal dominion over the tower to the god of vermin, you begin creating this druidic grove of trees and vines and swampland that, even with the temple structures not being touched directly, it reminds you of home in a very nice way. And you get that sense of like, just, this is where I'm supposed to be. And it's very nice. Anything from anyone before you guys, once the Duchess is dropped off, presumably settle in for a long rest? Is there anything else that needs to be gone over?
Griaz is going to head back to help patrol with Gaharis.
Okay, Utaka, you said you're going to sleep in the temple?
Yeah, fuck this. I am sleeping.
All right, Israel?
Israel is spreading the word that potentially to, Griaz and to Gaharis that they could do this in shifts. In addition to the shifts that the guards already take, like normal people. And also be rested for any of the shenanigans that might occur.
What you're saying sounds logical.
So like how we did on the road together all the time,
Yes.
Actually?
Yes.
We could do that, but
take
inside.
shifts and like 2 people at once.
Exactly. We can, but we can do it in shifts and get some sleep at the same time. But inside this time. Only difference.
I don't know. Sounds fake.
I'm gonna roll persuasion on both of them.
What am I rolling against?
Yeah, can I roll
I feel like it's like
stubborn?
a wisdom saving throw or something.
Don't worry, Graz. You're standing next to me. You have a
Incredible.
+5 to your
Incredible.
save.
Incredible. I just rolled a nat 20 with a +10. I rolled a 30.
You guys
That-
should use one of your crits to become stubborn.
That is a 30 persuasion, and this is your fiance.
Come on.
I suppose that I could go to sleep in a shift, and leave possibly the most important event and the safety of those at this most important event on this continent in the past 100, 200, 300 years to the whims of fate, where I have no control over this,
Hey,
for a few hours of
hey,
sleep.
honey. Hey, Gaharis.
Mhm.
You know those people that you've been traveling with, including your own brother, who have been helping you and keeping you alive and like working with you and trusting you this whole time? And how we would still be doing that?
Mhm.
And how you've just implicitly implied that all of that means nothing to you?
All I'm saying is someone else could get it wrong.
So could you.
A lot of sarcasm in the room right now. I just want to say that.
Let me tell you, from someone who avoided sleeping for, let's say 7 years, it's not a good idea. In fact, it's the worst idea you could have.
I mean,
And will be directly detrimental to what you actually want to achieve.
all right. I will go to sleep for 3
4
hours.
Exactly. 3 hours, 4 hours, a shift. And then you'll be up for another 4. Then you'll take a shift. And then you'll be up the rest of the day.
I'm pretty sure.
And we'll all go to the summit.
For this. Yeah. All right, dear. Noted. I will make sure to come to bed after my shift.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And she's gonna fill
Did you
in
just
on
fucking
it.
roll for deception?
Of course you did.
Don't worry about it.
Of course you did.
You dingleberry.
Don't worry, she'll hunt you down.
All right.
She'll find you.
Don't worry about it.
Avron, any final notes from you?
I would say probably for some time as it grows into the evening and everyone has their meals, Ibron would periodically, or I guess each in turn, go to each delegation and just spend time with them if they'll accept him, and just conversing and chatting and maybe getting to know them as people.
Okay.
And making sure that, they don't need anything or have a want for anything. Just trying to be a good host, I guess.
Okay. Which each of the delegations greet you friendly. The Empress, her and her vassal already changed into their nightwear, but they, while surprised, do greet you and engage you in conversation. And other than just very minor, like, like water, maybe some wine, something like that, they're fine with the accommodations, even though Surreal does comment offhandedly that it is a little cold for his liking. The Duchess, seeming to interpret it as like you coming to her room and like it's the opening of her own personal little romance novel. She fully leans into the like, oh, what are you doing here kind of angle. But I'm assuming you keep it professional. And while she's disappointed, she assures you that she is very happy to be here.
Yes, Braun is keeping all of these professional and trying to give everyone the same amount of time. Not trying to pick any favorites. But yeah.
The Sultan and his daughter are both satisfied and happy, and while they do comment offhandedly that you and your friends are an odd bunch, they enjoy your company. And the Sultan freely admits that he didn't have high hopes going into the meeting initially, but admittedly your ability to like read a room and talk to people gives him at least some hope that it's possible. And again, you do catch him very subtly, like kind of trying to like talk you up to his daughter and vice versa. And Lady Unvile is by far the most down to earth, simply cryptically saying that, it'll be up to you to make this work, but she's not going to do anything to sabotage it. As long as the others stay civil, so will she. The only unusual interaction we have in these just extensive talks with them through the night is Surreal. The topic of, just family comes up. And you can see Amelia kind of giving a very long, pointed look to Surreal, who kind of clears his throat and... Lord Blackmont, there was something I did wish to ask you before you tend to the other guests.
Of course. What can I do?
As I believe we discussed while on the way here, I have been apart from my birth family for quite some time, and searching for them has always been a priority of mine. And I have reason to suspect that your organization may have knowledge of where one of my siblings ended up. They go by a different name now, so a name would be useless, but obviously he and I look a lot alike, but assuming he has not changed his fashions since I knew him as a boy, patchy robes, lets his facial hair grow out much longer than mine. Hair is a bit longer and more unkempt. Specializes in divination magic.
I do perhaps know of someone who fits that description, yes. As far as being a part of an organization, such as the Goldshine investigation, I am no longer with them. But if you are seeking him, is this for reunion purposes?
Indeed. As I said, I have been apart from my family for decades. I simply wish to be reunited with them. And it's been hard to track my siblings down, but he is remaining one of the more elusive ones.
Well, Surreal, if there is anything I can do to help, I will surely do so. Perhaps you and your family will be reunited sooner than you think, or at least it is my hopes. And I will be on the lookout.
Thank you, my lord.
By what name, if I may, did this individual go by before? Perhaps, I know you said a name was useless, but I am an investigator after all.
That you are. As a boy, I knew him as Davina.
Thank you. I will see what I can do.
Thank you, my lord. And Amelia smiles to him, and as you walk away to go tend to in the West Wing to the Sultan, you can hear the Empress whisper to him through the echoing halls, just, see, that wasn't so bad. He's going to help us.
Yeah, Scout's honor. Good guy, Ivran, doing good guy things. But yeah, so Ivran goes about and he tends to everybody.
Okay. What are, from the sounds of it, you guys plan to take shifts? What are the outline of the shifts going to be? So that I know who's up and when.
Israel is actually going to ensure that she and Gaharis have a shift together to make sure that he's taking.
Yeah, you'll physically force him to sleep if you have to.
Oh, absolutely. She will be there.
Valid.
They will patrol together. So whatever shift Gaharis is taking, Israel will take with him.
Okay.
If the
Gaharis
party
will go to bed
dismisses
when
shifts
prompted.
with, if the party
Even though
does,
he did roll a nat 20 deception to be a 31, but he will go.
oh, it's a disadvantage though because it's your fiance.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're
Believe
right.
me, I've
That's a
been there.
2 for a 13.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's genius, by the way. It's at disadvantage because she's your fiance.
At this point, I feel like that's accurate.
It's like how
Didn't
all
think to anyone
moms.
else.
It's like how all moms have the power to find something that wasn't there a minute ago. Like they look in the place you've looked 30 times and they find it. It's like that. Like whenever you become engaged, you immediately get the superpower to know when that bastard's lying to you.
Israel has the Gaharis sense. She's walking through Valebright like, where's Gaharis? Where's Gaharis? She doesn't have to say, where's Gaharis? She walks past the tavern and she's like, Gaharis is in the back alley having an arm wrestling fight with 7 halflings. Just...
It's just a knowing that
Yeah.
she's been blessed with at this point.
But yeah, I will go to bed.
Okay.
If the party discusses shifts with Ivran, he will always take the last one.
Yeah, which Israel shared with everyone.
Yeah.
What the plan
Before
was,
that, I
so.
would convey the information about the Naga and about Surreal and the Empress.
Okay.
Israel also would reveal the fact that the Naga is probably venomous as well. Just
Okay.
for notes.
So everyone's pretty much on the same page information-wise now. You all split up to attend to your personal affairs, but at this point, everyone's more or less on the same page. Only a few pieces missing here and there. So Ivron, you'll be taking last watch. Gaharis and Ivron, I'll say you take first. Griaz, are you okay to take second?
Yep.
All right. All of you roll perception. Israel, you can roll your own roll since Gaharis already has advantage. So everyone who's in the watch, roll perception with any relevant modifiers. Yeah, Utaka is sleeping like a baby.
25 for Gaharis.
I think that's a 17 for Israel.
Okay.
21 for Ivran.
32.
Okay.
Not only does he perceive reality, he perceives all realities for a moment in time.
It's a plus 15.
Yeah, you swear for a second that you're just a character who exists conceptually as a voice being controlled by these losers playing Dungeons and Dragons together.
Am I just a bearded Midwestern man from Ohio? No, I'm a 7-foot tall bugbear. Hell yeah.
Yeah, from the Black Swamp, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had a little bit of an existential crisis there. You're alone with your thoughts. It's bound to happen. But
Am I just a mixture of a man in his early 30s and all of the jokes that he has contained within him? No, that's impossible.
like to imagine what like Major Payne or one of the other mercenaries nearby is just existential crisis, huh? Been there.
All
It's
of
like you
them
wake
have
up-
the same existential crisis. They're like, are we all played by the same person?
Yeah, no. For them, it's just like, sometimes you wake up and you realize that at your core, all you are is just really complicated reference to a movie that someone saw recently and liked. Find your peace with it, man.
Blocking that one out.
You all watch the castle grounds carefully. Garrus, you set up your patrols, your various watches, your watches on top of watches on top of watches. And by the time Ivron's watch is coming to an end, and Ivron, you start making the preparations as the sun rises to to prepare for the meeting itself. The sun rises. You all get a long rest. And the night passes without incident. Nobody is caught leaving their rooms when they're not supposed to. No vermin are seen. The castle's cold, but not unnaturally so. Everything is exactly as it should be.
As I'm rising before almost everyone else, since I actually got wonderful sleep, I will redo my cast of the
Guardians of Faith.
yes, those things.
Okay.
So those last for 8 hours.
Okay. Noted. And does anyone have anything they wish to do before Ivron makes the final preparations and the meeting to negotiate a union between the nations of Mazai is called?
Get Junior off the wall. And also worth noting, Utaka would have likely woken up to a tree offering him fruit and then just giving him a little pat on the head.
Hey! Oh, fuck, I was really hungry. Just chomp that mango, or whatever the fuck it is.
The tree starts screaming. No.
Oh! No!
My children.
All right. Garrus, anything from you? Ivron, sorry?
I was just gonna say before the meeting starts, like right before. Is anyone not attending the meeting? Put it that way.
Nope, I'll be at the
Everyone
meeting.
gonna be there? Okay.
Oh, when people show up, I would have created food and water, so there are just glasses of water around the table and, like, very bland pastries.
Yum.
Like,
Okay.
bagels. There are bagels with, like, a cream cheese spread, but it's not a particularly good cream cheese spread. It's
I've
just
been to
there.
this meeting before. I've been to one of these.
Yeah.
I was going to give some motivational speech, tell us how we're doing great.
It's
They
like-
tell you there's a job interview, but really it's life insurance.
Correct. So prior to this, the one thing Israel would have done rising at a normal hour would be making sure that proper breakfast goes out to the delegations, that they get informed where they will be meeting for the
Okay.
summit with directions as to how to get there. And that they will all meet them up there at the predetermined time, which I assume is like 11. So they're all waking up at like 6, they're having their breakfast, they're getting ready, they're going to meet in the conference room at 11, they're going to have bagels and water provided.
Okay. All right.
They'll have the summit meeting. If we need
Okay.
more food, we'll create more food. It'll be a thing. Like,
Magic. baby.
itineraries are given.
Okay.
But yeah, so long as everyone's going to be there, Ron would pull everyone to the side before the meeting starts, like right before it starts.
All right.
And talk to everybody.
All right, so we'll get to that in just a moment. Ivron, you get confirmation that everyone is going to attend. Harris, I assume you're just doing a kind of check around of the security, make sure nothing was dealt with or tampered with the previous night. Israel, you oversee the serving of breakfast and the planning of lunch. Utaka, you see about the creation of lunch. And Griaz kind of quietly retrieving your mimic. Using your Druidic Grove supply breakfast for Utaka. And Ivron, you make the final preparations for what could be a very, very decisive meeting. And all things considered, the morning itself, despite there being this kind of sense of like overwhelming like schedule and commitment, everything is going rather smoothly. The rulers are already awake by the time you get there. They're cooperative. They say that they will be attending with just themselves and their advisors. Their bodyguards will stay behind as a show of good faith. And you get the impression that a lot of the rulers don't need their bodyguards. The Duchess, again, greets you warmly and says she does ask if you'll be there, but once you confirm that, she assures you she will 100% be attending. And about 10:30, 10:45 rolls around, and you meet with your comrades on the highest tower of Castle Jor, knowing that very shortly the rulers and their advisors and vassals will be coming up, entering Utaka and Griaz's shared magical land to negotiate peace. As you pull everyone to the side for a bit of a group huddle before the rulers arrive, what do you wish to say?
Well, here we are. Does anyone have anything to say before we go in?
Yeah, it's gonna be warmer in there. Why are we talking out here? It's fucking cold.
Well, I just wanted to be sure we were all on the same page. And,
Yep. My hair's freezing.
I'm sorry. I'll make this quick. Look, it's been about a year since we've truly started this journey. I mean, we've been through a lot, faced challenging odds, and have, without a doubt, came through all the stronger. If that is not an example of what we're trying to accomplish here, I don't know what it is. But I may not have always been as outspoken on such matters as your captain, but as your friend, I wish to say I am truly proud of all of you, and I am thankful to have been by your side through the entirety of this. And he'll very cliche put his hand in the center as like go team.
Did anyone else feel the hallmark moment of pride of like the thanks dad that we just?
I was just gonna say
there?
thanks, Dad.
In the center, like we're gonna do go team.
There's no place I'd rather be.
Win or lose, just leave your heart on the field.
Raw team.
Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose.
And so long as everyone is anyone not putting their hand in the.
Oh, we all do. Come on.
We all put our hand in the center.
As you do so, you do feel a sort of tingle in the back of your head. It's a warm tingle. It's welcoming, kind of that sort of excitement, as though an old friend is knocking at the door, and you're ready to let them in. The only question is, do you let them in?
Are we telepathically linking? Because
Yvonne is telepathically linking you all to each other.
You know what?
Incredible.
Utaka is very comfortable with head voices at this point. So
I love this because I'm pretty sure that Israel has absolutely zero filter on their internal monologue. So everyone's going to have that. There are going to be moments where it's like we
are basically officially canonizing all the fucking out of character back chat.
Precisely, that's what everyone's going to hear.
Can I just, if shit goes down, if everything goes bad, if we gotta get the fuck out of the temple, meet me up by the were-rat, okay? End of the hall, meet me there, I can get us out.
Oh.
Alright? Remember that.
Very good. Well, let's go try to save the world. And
becomes immediately aware of a tiny little voice going, "Oh my god! Oh 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 my god!" This is Israel's anxiety that has been ramping up. As everything goes smoothly, there's just this like quiet buzz of her like quietly losing her shit.
Wait, what? Like just one god? Like there's more, right?
She's like,
Why does my butt itch so much today?
Elevator music like.
Everyone's chance to see just what buffoons his teammates are.
You know, I'm starting to regret this.
This is fucking awesome.
Does
You will-
Junior actually love me, or is it just because I feed him?
Oh.
that's a hard one.
Well, let's.
So there is a sort of advantage to all this, just so you know. Each one of us can keep an eye on the other, or on a particular noble, and I know how insightful you all are. So if anyone seems to be getting antsy, maybe
Okay, cool.
preludes to violence,
I call the Dragon Lady because she wants me to work for her.
Oh, damn it! I was gonna. Fine.
she
Yeah,
wants
but
you to-
did she offer you to work with her?
I ain't
Huh?
even fucking met her yet,
Huh?
but I'm the fucking bugbear, and she's the one. It's fine.
You know what
It's
she
fine.
told me? She told me she'd rather meet me first. Ha.
Would that make you more or less biased?
Sounds like more to me.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm biased too. Let Utaka do it. He got first dibs.
True. Are any of us unbiased at this point?
No.
I
I'll.
like to
Can I
think
not
I'm
watch
biased.
Amelia? Can I not do that?
I can keep an eye on the Empress.
Thanks.
Two
I will
eyes.
hang out with the Sultan since he was giving me eyes.
Okay. As you all start calling dibs on which nobles you're going to spy on, and with the last spoken word of "Let's go save the world," the
Team.
doors leading up from the staircase open, and the nobility of Mazai begin to file out. The Duchess.
It is kind of wild that that entire conversation was us just going.
Yeah, just
No, we're just like staring at each other, and it's just a moment, this awkward silence on the office as our eyes just like go to each other.
so it's like that scene in Spy Kids whenever they're in the temple.
I will say that Yvonne will extend this to three other individuals that may or may not be here.
Yeah, which I do have them noted, so I'm keeping that in mind. Don't worry.
Junior, of course. Naden. Darkness, shadow, death. Darkness, shadow, death.
The Duchess Undaria and her advisor Phineas Kantar, Empress Amelia and her advisor Surreal, Sultan Fanris Haidar II with his beautiful daughter, and Lady Onvile and her closest friend and confidant, General Brooke. Begin to file out, and all kind of looking to each other with that very obvious air of kind of distrust. The Sultan is the first one with the bravery to speak.
Well, let's get this over with.
Please, if everyone would take a seat.
He gives you a nod, and everyone begins to file in to Utaka's temple. With trees growing in the corners, vines stretching between them, this fine golden shrine to the gods.
Silver and stone.
Silver,
No
sorry.
gold.
Silver flames, silver.
Yeah, this great silver shrine to the gods. And Utaka, as you mentioned, you have food and drinks already served, bagels and water. And the royals begin to take their respective seats. Lady Onvile sits at the opposite end of the table with General Brooke. On one side, Duchess Undaria. On the other, the Sultan and the Empress. And at the head of the table, where all of you sit. However, you notice next to the Duchess, there are some empty seats that have been laid out, which do not appear to be occupied. Ivron, you know that you had sent out word that you are expecting a few more guests before the meeting truly begins.
Wait, no, there are exactly as many chairs as I thought were arriving.
All right, noted.
Which is the leaders and us.
All right. So, Ivron, you notice that there's not enough seats for everyone you plan to invite, but Utaka's sort of god of this place. They'll make it work. And as the rulers begin to sit down, the Sultan just begins to immediately dig into the bagel. Lady Unvile watches everyone over steepled hands. The Duchess kind of twitches nervously, like not seeming to like it when any of them on either side look at her. And the Empress just sits with her hands in her lap, the picture of poise and etiquette. Since Utaka, you mentioned the door can only be opened by those you expect, Ivron, you hear at the door. Utaka, you and the others were not expecting any further visitors. All the rulers are already here, as are all of you.
Who the fuck's that?
Are we under attack?
Nah, I'll deal with it.
Oh.
It'll be fine. I will get up and head towards the door.
And Utaka, throwing the door open, you see the three people I would argue you probably were expecting the least. Melvin Mistlequill, Sigil Umbertoss, and Papillon Oleander.
Oh my gods.
Hey, Utaka, what's up?
Hey! It has been so long. We got some like bagels and water.
Oh, you got bagels? And
Yeah.
Papillon just immediately, like, using their spider staff, just kind of nudges their way past you.
Hey, you guys stay away from the table. It's okay.
Why?
There's like something important going on.
Yes, that is why we're here, actually. Ivron sent word. He thought that all of us who had been involved in these investigations and these events should be present for this.
Shit, well I didn't make enough chairs.
Sigil just kind of holds up a hand and just, it's fine, we'll just watch from the wall. Although I do want one of those bagels.
Yeah. I'll get you some. Hey, Ivron, can you bring them bagels?
Everyone does. He welcomes them. He gives them a hug. He's like, yeah, come on in. I thought we were doing this in a completely different place. This is cool, too. Yeah, it's cool. Also,
Is my temple not good enough? My temple isn't good enough for you?
Your temple is quite, it's awe-inspiring, Utaka. I'm surprised. It's very ornate.
Is
I didn't know
Melvin?
such.
It's awesome. That's what you're supposed to say. Or like tell me it
Awesome.
looks nice and not like imply that I did too much.
No, I'm not. It's very grand. It is awesome. I am truly inspired.
All right, everyone move. You need to get better at compliments. My sweet baby boy, I missed you.
Griaz! And like the two of you would just immediately hug. And Israel, you were going to say something?
Is Melvin in on this telepathy thing? Because there's like.
Yes.
Okay. I really hope that Melvin knows that his sibling is.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Do you think he knows? Did we get to tell him? I don't think I told him. I was going to tell him. I hope he understands.
Wait. My family is
Please
here.
don't look. Please don't look towards the.
No.
Yeah.
Melvin, come stay with Griaz. Someone under the name of Surreal was looking for you.
If you want to hide, you can go to like the water tower. There's not actually water there. It's just kind of like,
Yeah,
really
yes, hide. I'll do that.
Yeah.
I think it's safer if we have Melvin within our sight.
Nothing's coming in here. I guarantee it.
Do I believe you?
Sure.
Okay. Nope. That's all I needed.
You can try and disbelieve me if you want.
No.
But
I would trust you to know your spell more than I would. I'm just like, oh, okay.
It's more
I
was
will
Utaka
use-
intentionally lying.
I wouldn't know.
I don't try to lie, though.
Yeah,
I don't know
like,
if
I think
Harris
Utaka.
would
That's why I'm gonna
remember.
take Utaka at their word. Like, Utaka conjured this thing. I don't know if they can bar people out.
I am going to use Druid Grove to fill the 5-foot space that Melvin is standing in with thick fog. So anywhere that he moves, there's just like a heavy fog that comes with him. You can fill any 5-foot square on the ground with thick fog, up to 10 feet high.
Thank you, Grias.
Who said? Oh yeah, I knew that. Yeah, you go to one of the trees that's kind of waving at you. They'll keep you safe.
Thank you. And Melvin immediately just hightails it into the one of the towers of the temple to hide away from his brother, who he seems rather afraid of.
Yeah.
Sigil.
Garrus, it's been a while.
Yes, I haven't been running from any trolls, I'll have you know. It's good to see you, friend.
I think we've started to hit bigger problems than trolls these days, huh?
Oh yes. Apparently, I was eaten by a dragon.
He got better.
Looks like it.
What about yourself? What have you been up to?
Mostly just helping the other field teams here and there. Field Team B and I went to investigate something going on in Augur. These weird little insects running around, turning everyone into time zombies.
And did you solve it?
Haven't made too much in the way of progress, but we managed to capture a few that we're planning to study and see if we can't find a way to reverse it.
Bring any of them here?
No, I'm not going to bring something that dangerous here.
Aw.
They're at the lab back at headquarters.
Oh, wonderful. When this is all done, you should probably come join us at the Silver Sanctum.
Which headquarters?
The GSA headquarters, of course.
Right, of course.
In Valebright.
Of course.
It's good to see
And
you.
we gotta like do this thing.
Yeah. It's
Um,
please excuse us.
who
Right.
would like the opening speech? Ivron, is that in your purview?
I am quite ready, I think. We'll see how it goes.
Are all the world leaders just like sitting awkwardly in silence while we chat in our heads?
I mean,
Sort of
bas-
flipping each other off.
yeah,
Like,
basically
it's like
from
that 70s show when they're around like the smoke screen and you just see them making the expressions, but there's nothing being said. They're like,
yeah, the reason I haven't commented on it is because 3 new guests arrive, and from their perspective, you're like just getting them accommodated, and like if you're not talking, then like it's not particularly unusual. Maybe you're just whispering and they can't hear you. They seem more like they're focusing on trying to make sure the person across the table from them doesn't knife them. So they're not as focused on whatever weird minutia you guys
They're
are
all
doing.
like west winging each other. Like there's the glance to the left, glance to the right, glance across the table.
Yeah.
Constant eyes on each other.
All right,
Ivron?
I'm a head over and kind of hop onto the tall stone table. Just kind of walk across it and turn and clap my hands a couple times. Hey, everyone. Thanks for coming. I'm Utaka, your host in this location. But I know the man you're all waiting to hear from. The prettiest among us, the most gallant among us, Ivron. And I will hop off the table, like just walk across it and hop down and then take a seat.
Israel gives you a clap.
And the rulers seeming a little confused, but they give little golf claps as well. As Ivron, as Papillon, and Sigil take their seats next to the Duchess, and Melvin is God's nowhere. You approach the table and begin the peace summit.
Vron puts on the table, or lays out on the table, one very large piece of parchment that he has been working on for quite a while. But as the room has fallen silent, he takes a moment to look at each of the nobles with a sharp glance. The light of his golden irises pierce the dimness of this chamber, if there is any dimness in this chamber, with a vibrant hue. And once again, his humble countenance melts away, and he takes on a more regal manner. Presenting himself, he gives his usual courteous bow to each in turn and begins. Are the Hell Knights there?
Yeah, I was going to say, as you're laying out the paper, it does occur to you that the Hell Knights have actually not arrived yet. However, because Utaka knew they were coming and designated that the leaders of each faction could open the doors are opened by Noble Knight Cyril Loke, who, looking a little harried, it seems like they may have woken up late, with him and Tigar enter the temple and kind of both putting up their hands as Cyril gives you a guilty smile, everyone, and apologies, brother. Afraid I overslept. The cold and all. Don't stop on our account. And they kind of shuffle in to take their intended seats next to the Duchess. And at this point, everyone who's supposed to be here is here. As Ivron, you recall inviting one final guest. And whether because they knew to wait until this moment or simply because they too were sleeping, as you know, they were on vacation when you sent out that call, Tails in their finest wizard robes teleports.
Absolutely not. He cannot do that in this temple. It is prohibited by the spell.
You must teleport outside the doors to arrive.
Just double checking real quick to make sure. Okay.
He walks in with the knights. He's all, he got his Hawaiian shirt on. He's like, I just came for vacation. I'm sorry.
Nothing can physically pass through the exterior. There cannot be any ethereal travel. You cannot teleport inside it.
Okay. All right. Teleporting outside, he enters into the room looking not harried as he had before, and not his usual just kind of serene calmness as he carefully tries to keep the world on the right track. For the first time since any of you have seen him, Tails looks visibly frustrated about something. And his eyebrows are kind of creased as he steps alongside you, Ivron. Apologies. I ran into some unexpected delays.
No apologies necessary. I'm just glad you're here. I do apologize if I've taken you from something, though.
No, I'll explain later. I am Dr. Francis Tails, former head archivist of the Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency and current freelance researcher. And he gives a bow to everyone. You can see the Hell Knights give a respectful gesture. The Duchess still looks a little intimidated and concerned. The Empress both just kind of watch him curiously. And you can see the Sultan and his advisor both give friendly waves of recognition, and Tails just gives them a knowing nod in return. It seems they know each other. And Tails initially just kind of stands still for a second. You can see his ethereal hands start to twitch, and eventually he kind of grimaces and well, don't stop on my account, Lord Blackmont.
You want a bagel, man? There's some bagels.
Sir Cyril Oak, Sir Tigar of the Hell Knights, Lady Onvile of the Bluefield Alliance, Duchess Cerise of the Undarian Duchy, Venerable Sultan Rana, and revered Empress Amelia. Welcome to the Council of Jor. I extend that welcome, of course, to your retinues and those of you that stand present. It was I who called you here. Yet to my surprise, you have all answered the summons. Let us take note of this auspicious occasion, and may it be an example to a precursor of the possibilities to come in ending the strife between your peoples. To those of you that I may not have had the opportunity nor the pleasure of speaking with before, but I do believe I've caught all of you, I will once again state that I am Lord Ivron, Blackmont of House Blackmont of the Barrowdale, Master of Castle Blackmont and wielder of the Barrowblade. I am known as the Silver-Haired Hell Knight to some, and was once captain of Field Team C. And he motions to his friends. He's like, if I belong to any other titles, they are not known to me, but I do hope that they are just as kind. And then he introduces the party, right? He's like, Israel Blackthorn, who some of you may have met, Lady of the Arcane Bow, Warrior of the Wilderlands, fairer than the fairest of folk, if I may be so bold. Utaka of the Unbridled Storm, Cleric of Amphitrite, Champion of Ninkalin, Conduit to the Divine. Mindful are the waves at his approach. The great Griaz Bramblepelt, Servitor to the Swamp Spirits and their savior. Master to and mastered by none, but his own volition. And of course, the intrepid Lord Gehareth Nerevos of House Blackmont, my kin, first in all and second to none. And then he goes on to introduce Sigil and Papillon.
Exactly. As this is going on, there is Israel going, how does he say this with a straight face? How does he do that? How does he come up with these words?
Practice.
Is he saying that in that same?
Wrong hand part. The goddamn crime board, for fuck's sake.
And he does.
What?
I'm very proud.
He does introduce the magical and meticulous Melvin the Magnificent, resident lore master and researcher, but he does not seem to be about at this moment. And of course, you've just been introduced to Dr. Francis Tales, of whom, without him, this endeavor would be little more than an impossibility. So, once again, sir, I give you my thanks.
He
So
gives you a bow and a smile.
I owe a great deal to these individuals, to my friends, but so too to your peoples. For it is they that have brought to light an enemy hidden from us for too long. It is they who have contributed to the protection of the common folk and monster folk alike. And it is they who have learned of the machinations of the one who has fooled us all. Perhaps I have lost you.
Do you have a name for this mysterious overseer who threatens us all?
I do, Your Majesty. Lord Joran Els.
Immediately, there's an uproar at the table. Unvile, for her part, just crosses her arms and leans back, almost like she was half expecting the answer. Tails just looks to the side, kind of almost guilty. You can see Melvin, Sigil, and Papillon are equally caught off guard and confused.
Please, if it pleases this assembly, if you allow me to, I may impart all that I can. But I only ask your pardon, for this tale may be one of more length than I care to give.
Israel just holds up a finger a moment, just a moment. And she shuffles in her bag where she kept all those papers and receipts of the things that they found and starts laying them on the table. And it's like, please pass these around. And once you've reviewed them, pass them to your left. Thank you.
Ron would, I guess then, as they're going through and looking at some of these things, begin to regale the room with the tale of, I guess, the last few months of their, adventures.
Okay.
That led up to
Now.
This answer. With the exception of certain things.
Yeah, like things that you establish you want to be classified.
Yeah, I don't want to say incriminating either, but if you say it, I'll buy it. But yeah, so nothing outside of the
leaving out anything that Utaka and Griaz have done that could get you guys in trouble right now, or
There you go. The
And
the
that's
fake
when we
dragon
robbed
attack.
them as a horse.
That's what I pretended to be a dragon and destroyed a city.
Suckered you
Yeah.
out of
You know,
30,000
so-
gold. Oh.
Exactly. Some incriminating stuff is naturally allowed out.
Dubious
Okay.
backgrounds, proclivity to addictive substances, close relationships in and out of parties, horse and non-horse related crimes. Attempted coups, like we're not going to get into that.
Oh my god, yeah, the attempted coup would be a whole meeting in and of itself.
Attempted coup?
Yeah, what are you talking about? There was no such thing.
That never
Anyway.
happened.
Anyway.
As Israel shows the classified research documents found in the Silver Sanctum, and Ivron, you regale the rulers and your old friends with everything that has happened since this very show began. You all met in Othwart, battled a living statue whose pieces could fight independently. You traveled to Terminus to battle a man who could warp people's perceptions with just his voice alone, but decided to spare him despite his seeming evil demeanor, and through sheer effort managed to redeem him to the side of good. You traveled to an ancient church of Ninkalim, where Utaka became blessed with the power of two gods in one, and managed to rescue Dr. Regina, the only survivor of an adventuring party who was forced to resort to cannibalism to survive. Your travels into the jungles of the Emelian Empire and the Undarian Duchy, where you encountered a semi-sentient chameleon whose camouflage allowed it to hide from all forms of detection: blind sight, double sight, true sight. Your journey through the Millennial March after battling a mimic infestation in Salemo, meeting a squire of the Hell Knights, traveling to Veilbright and single-handedly stopping a weeks or months-long siege from taking place, preventing far more lives from being lost as you battled a magical, even more magically gifted bard and his balloon construct dragon. Journeying to the plane of Nightmare to stop the Children of Red Sight's plans from reaching a dimensional scale. Planning a meeting with Kenny Caldwell, traveling all the way down here to Jor after heading into ground where you battled the artist who has sadly passed away. Murdered by none other than Joron themselves, who has been deceiving everyone into thinking that he is on their side when he is on no side but his own, and for his own ends.
And Ron
And-
would even highlight the fact that it seems as though he assassinated Lord Denir, that it even goes beyond the journey of this party.
Matt, while this is going on, I would like to actively be looking at all of the guests we have here to see who is not surprised or if someone is feigning surprise.
Make an insight check.
Can I either give advantage or also roll on that?
Yes.
I'll let you give advantage. You're helping them. Israel, do you want to
Okay.
do it as well?
Yeah.
All right. Israel, roll insight. Harris, roll with advantage.
Double 19s for a total of 20. That's insight 24.
Ah, I should have done it. That's
What are both rolls?
24 for both.
Oh, so both got 24?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Double
Israel, what'd you get?
Insight, right?
Yeah.
14.
Israel, everyone seems appropriately surprised and engaged by the tale. You're not altogether concerned. However, Gaharis and Utaka, both of you notice Surreal and Mirkane, their surprise is feigned, practiced almost. They, talk, energetically to their respective rulers and give them insight and feedback, and they appear invested and engaged, but you get the impression nothing Ivron's saying or Israel's putting in front of them is something that we're completely unaware of.
those two. You see them?
Yes, Surreal and the Vizier both knew.
Oh, why am I not surprised? That guy gave me the worst vibes.
Remind
The
me,
worst.
the pendants for the Cult of Red Sight, are they magical?
No.
They're not inherently magical that you've determined, but yeah, it's just the Goldshine Investigations logo upside down and red instead of gold.
I would like to. Let me just double check on this.
Yep.
Okay. I would like to silently cast locate object
Okay.
on one of those pendants and see if I sense any of them within the room.
I
Alright.
I have one.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
gonna say, is anyone carrying one? Because that might throw
Yeah.
it off.
But I could designate, I believe,
The spell can locate a specific object that's familiar to you. The spell can locate a specific object known to you as long as you've seen it up close, which you have 30 feet at least once, or the nearest object of a particular kind.
So would it be
Um,
based on proximity to which one of
okay,
those
so
closest to
when
you?
I feel that over by Karis, I'm gonna like slip over and be like, "Hey, sorry, bud," and my my very grabby hand, I'm sure, is happy to help me with snatching something from him, and I would like to just kind of pull that pendant from wherever I feel it and slip it into a bag of holding.
As you're doing that, I am going to be, because I'm already near the Empress, I'd like to move so that I am within reach of Surreal. And the Empress kind of standing behind. Not like threateningly, just, moving.
We just shift over
Yeah.
a little bit. And I'm gonna, once I slip his pendant away, do I still sense one within the room?
no.
Okay, I will communicate that through the telepathic link then.
If they're not red sight, they're still suspicious as heck.
Yeah, the other individual, not surreal. Who was that?
Mir Kane, the
Lamia.
yeah, the
The vizier. Okay.
Yeah, the vizier.
Yeah.
I can drop a spell that compels people to tell the truth.
you're muted, Utaka.
We've had this happen before. You gotta tell him we're gonna do that.
Oh, I
They'll know about
intend to make it a public affair. I will know who refuses or fights.
Why don't you let me do that? I think
Perhaps
it'll
we
be a
should-
little harder for them to resist.
Perhaps
No
we should-
offense to you, and I'll just give him a pat.
I mean, if that's what you want.
Keep an eye on them, but if they happen to know we cast a spell on them or in the surrounding area, the tensions are already high. They might jump.
Well, we could cast it in the center and ask them to one by one enter before signing. And say, before the signing of the peace treaty, they are to step inside the zone of truth and to let it affect them so that they will answer anything honestly. And we will verify that they are who they are and that they seek peace, and then we can ask the questions we need.
Ivron, make this shit sound reasonable, please.
Make no mistake, and he says this out loud. We have all been set upon this dragon chessboard, and whether we know it or not, we have played into our enemy's gambit. Even now, our enemy seeks to enact their closing move. It is for this reason, above all else, that I have beckoned you here, O renowned rulers of mighty realms. Our enemy seeks to unleash power beyond any, to force us into uniting against it. Through bloodshed, destruction, and the death of innocents will this unification be bought. And is this not a cost you have already paid?
You can see the rulers are already looking to each other, and how do we know that our enemy is not already among us? They've clearly demonstrated a talent for infiltration. Everyone here has had one of them hiding in their capital cities under their very noses. And she lets it go unspoken, but all of you do get the very subtle, except for me.
That can be arranged if you'd like. If all of you are willing to subject yourself to a bit of truth. Yeah?
Magics. Aye. I got nothing to hide.
All right. Ivron's got some papers. I don't know, this peace thing, so we can deal with the bigger problem at hand. But when you approach, I am going to, and he kind of shifts his hands and mutters a word and summons the zone of truth. Do any of us resist while we are in this little area? Just because I would know. Okay. Ensure that people are being truthful. I'm sure most of you are familiar, but for any who aren't, I would be aware if you are trying to fight it.
The Duchess looked a little nervous, but actually seems to calm down a little bit once you point that out. And the Empress puts her hands on the table finally, and, well, then it's obvious what we all must do, no? Lady Onvile, I know you have little reason in the way to trust mortal spellcasters, but... And she holds up a hand. Empress, I wish to see this conflict brought to a comfortable end, just as you do. I have nothing to fear from Utaka or his spells. Please, by all means, let us all be honest with one another. I know that can be a bit tricky. What, for mortals, humans, politicians?
Well said.
And Utaka, two noteworthy things. Nobody resists your zone of truth at all. But you don't use up a spell slot.
Okay. I'm gonna like flick my gaze to Lady Unvile when I notice that it is not taking any thing from me.
Lady Val just looks to you and... I assure you I'm being honest.
Of course. I, for the record, am not sensing any duplicity, if that brings any of you any ease.
Well, that is to be both hoped and to be expected, I would hope.
Sure, one of those two.
That is
Internally, Israel's like, I don't believe it. Those guys are still incredibly suspicious.
That is
What
entirely
game are they
wonderful.
playing?
I'm sorry that it has taken me so long to speak up. However, Lord Ivron, if you would be so kind to allow me to ask the questions.
What was yours?
Lords, ladies, empresses, leaders, will you all take a step in and, one by one, answer with your full true name?
Empress Amelia steps forward along with her advisor, giving a bow. I am Empress Amelia Rosetta IV, representing the northern settlements of the Mazais Common, the Greater Amelian Empire and their Mazais colonies, and the Rosetta family and the human population of Mazai. Her advisor giving a bow. My name is Illumis Gale Howler, advisor to the Empress and proud descendant of the Gale Howler line. Ivron, that name is familiar to you. We established earlier when you were reading through the archives, the Gale Howlers were the cult that worshipped Amphitrite against the better will of the rest of Mazai and were ousted. And that was over 200 years ago.
Noted. Ivron would say that telepathically, I think, in his telepathic voice.
All right, then.
Without realizing, I think he's saying it to all of you. He'd be like, No shit.
Then a slow sort of grin spreads on Utaga's face as he looks over at the dude.
Yeah. I would say slight mistake on my part. And Drosta, not Amphitrite, but
For a second, I was like, wait a second.
no, yeah, that was on me. But yeah, so yeah, everything else was right. Just I got they both start with A. So
Fuck.
I
Sorry.
got what
No grin
you're
then.
saying.
No grin.
yeah, so yeah, that was my bad. Sorry. But yeah, so you can see Amelia looks a little surprised, but not to the level of like it's completely unknown information to her. More just like, oh, you actually told them.
Oh, the spell works.
The Duchess next. My name is Duchess Cerise Hondaria II, representing the gnomes and halflings of Mazai, the western settlements of the Mazais Common, the Ondarian Duchy, and the Ondaria family. 1 year ago, there was an attempt on my life that one of these Children of Red Sight people stopped from succeeding. And she kind of swallows and pausing for a moment to think. As most of you here already know, I have negotiated with Lady Onvile in the past that my people would be spared the bloodshed of the war if I spared her hers. And she gives a bow to the Sultan and the Empress. I am very sorry for not being more public about this information, but it was for the best for my people. We were far away from the war front. People would lose their families and lives fighting in a war so far away. The Empress just kind of gives her a... And the Sultan just kind of... The Sultan steps forward next. Sultan Rana Faris Hedar II, representing the city-states of Ephesus, the southern settlements of the Mazais Common, and the dwarves of Mazai. Mir Kene, Advizier to the Sultan. Phineas Qatar, Advizier to the Duchess. And finally, the noble knights step forward. Lady Onvile Bluefield of the Bluefield Alliance, representing the eastern settlements and underdark cities of the Mazais Undercommon. General Morgan Brooke, founder of the Bluefield Alliance, general of the Bugbear Army, and friend of Lady Onvile Bluefield.
Wonderful. I think that's everyone, right?
The noble
Not
knights.
the Hell Knights.
Oh,
Yeah,
not
hold
the
on,
helmets.
Noble Knight Cyril Loke, representing the Hell Knights and formerly the Baradel. And now acting Lord of the Hell Knights. To Gar, you can just call me Gar. Hell Knights, and that's about it, actually.
Wonderful.
Well, now that we've all been honest with each other.
Oh, Zara, there are a few more questions I would like to ask if you would be so kind while I have the spell up.
Do any of them look strange when he changes his fucking accent?
Well, this will be a simple yes or no question. I don't wish to waste time when the spell is taking effect. Is everyone here in their original form and appearance?
Aye, unfortunately. Aye. And the
I'd say
Duchess.
that during this, Griaz will have his goggles down just to double check.
Double check, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. Eventually, the only ones who answer in the negative. No. The Duchess. No. The Empress. No. The Advizier. No. Vassal Real. AKA Illumis Gale Howler.
Did Lady Unvile also say no? 'Cause
Yeah,
it's a
Unvile.
dragon.
Yeah, Unveiled gives a smile, and while she does answer in the negative, everyone seems to be been expecting that one.
Yeah. I just wanted to set a baseline of like
So
everyone is answering
we
this.
know there's a Naga and a black dragon. What's everybody else?
You don't know.
Even
What with the goggles?
True
Oh
sight.
yeah, the goggles.
Well, we
So
know-
you're just kind of walking
isn't
around
the
looking at everyone?
Empress undead? Because we confirmed that when we did the Divine Sense.
Yes, the Empress is a vampire.
Yeah, Grizz is just as they're walking into the circle, he'll just kind of TSA scan them.
Yeah. All right. Which,
Guards
yeah,
up
at this
here.
point you're establishing it's an interrogation, so they submit. Everyone who answers in the affirmative does appear to be telling the truth. Lady Unvile gives a, of course not, but does anyone have a preference to the contrary? And you can see, like, the Sultan just... The
I
Empress
left
just...
enough room in here if you wanted to. He
No.
like gestures up to the ceiling.
Don't encourage her, lad.
Ah.
Don't worry, this was simply to set a baseline of trust. Because understanding is the base of trust. And how can we all trust each other? Unless we are clear about these things. There is no shame in being different. There's no shame based on the race that one is. There is no shame or disservice on the status that someone is born in. These are fundamental truths, and I'm stepping inside the zone of truth when I say these. These are fundamental truths. Now, another yes or no question. Do you intend, being at this summit, to commit yourself to peace through joint unity with all those here,
At least until your mutual enemies are dispatched. Yeah?
I'm not even...
Garrus, as you ask this question in the zone of truth, Griaz, you begin to circle everyone and scan them with the goggles as you go. The Sultan and his daughter. Aye. This has gone on long enough. My people have shed enough blood over this. Lost my tongue there for a moment. Not used to this whole truth thing. Aye. My father and I simply wish for the war to end. There's been enough blood spilled. The Empress and her advisor, who had both answered in the negative to the first question, agree as you begin to scan them. The Empress looks pale and bleeding and injured. Her skin under true sight bleeds from almost every orifice and just this kind of small, almost gradual leakage.
Is this like Brooke and her crew where it looks like wounds, or is she just
kind of, yeah,
leaking?
it has the same energy, but it's a little different. Whereas Brooke carried injuries from clearly a very dangerous life. The best way I can describe it is somebody under the same curse as Brooke, if the curse had not prevented their death in battle, but something very natural.
Just a leaky person. Okay.
Yeah. And however, she answers, yes. This war needs to come to an end. If we can't come to a compromise, then we will at least form an alliance to dispatch these children of Red Sight and then determine who history will see as the victor later. Illumis gives a bow. I'm firmly dedicated to my lady's desire for peace. If that is what she wishes, then I shall see it done. Under true sight, Griaz, as he had answered no, that this is not his true form, you look at him under true sight, and nothing appears to be different.
So, insight check, and I'd like to make a case for this. So, maybe I'm giving you more credit than is due. When he says, what my lady wishes will be due, do I get that he is talking about the Empress, or that he is talking about Andraste?
I'll allow that. Make an insight check. And yeah, Griaz, nothing appears to be off about him through true sight. He looks exactly how he looks.
22.
He appears to be referring to the Empress.
Okay.
Sorry, quick interjecting question. What is your true form?
Oh, as you all know, as you all now know, my name is Illumi Scalehowler. I am one of 8 siblings. And 270 years ago, my family was destroyed by people who did not understand our ways. You were cultists. You were sacrificing people, spilling blood for your heathen god.
Okay, let's save judgment. Okay, I want to just let me ask you a question.
I simply changed my appearance when I realized that I was effectively a fugitive. My Lady Andrusta, blessed me with unnatural long life. But in the interest of honesty, if my lady wishes it, it's okay, Ilamis. Show them. And he pulls, and you realize you couldn't see through true sight, much like that thief you had met in Jor. It's a mundane disguise, which true sight doesn't penetrate. He pulls at some essentially sticky makeup he had been putting on his lower jaw, and you watch as a black beard unfurls. And he pulls a similar sticky substance off the side of his head, and more black hair begins to unfurl. And he wipes at his face as white makeup begins to gradually subside. And standing there with longer black hair, a long black beard, and darker skin, he's picture perfect identical to Melvin. Just dressed better.
Ooh.
Does Melvin
God,
say anything telepathically when that happens?
Nothing. You just hear the kind of garbled panic of basically the internal monologue of an actual anxiety attack.
Yeah. Are your intentions with finding your brother, what's the word I'm looking for? Peaceful. To
Yes.
his benefit.
Yes.
You hear that, Melvin?
Hear that, Melvin?
You hear that?
Hear that, Melvin?
And
Melvin, if you're going to be
Really
having a panic
just
attack, we
stop.
need you to mute yourself, bud.
Yeah, someone cast calm emotions, quick.
Melvin's panic begins to subside, and he falls silent until you do finally get a response.
That man has never wanted peace since he could walk and talk. Do not trust him.
Noted. But it's kind of hard for him to lie right now. He weren't resisting it or anything.
Well, we've had Children of Red Sight counter the spell before, I believe.
You know, fair. And with that, I will kind of quietly cast Detect Magic and see if I get that static
the
from
red,
him.
yeah, the red static.
Mm-hmm.
Utagi, you cast Detect Magic, and of course your spell, the spells you expect, the little blips of presumably warlock patronage from the Sultan and his daughter. But what surprises you is Mirkane and Surreal, aka Illumi Scalehowler, both give off Children of Red Sight magic. And Mirkane's in particular is so overwhelming that, you know how some people picture the zone of truth as like a little bubble, a little aura? It's like that with Children of Red Sight magic. It is so intense and so much that it's actually stretching out of her body and encompassing the surrounding temple.
So you guys hear a mental as Utaka quickly drops that and will reinstate the zone of truth because that's also concentration. They're both concentration spells. Does anyone resist it the second time?
No.
Okay.
Although the Sultan does lean forward and just, "You're all right, lad."
Yeah. Just a bit curious why we got some cultists in our midst.
Notably, I think Utaka's not looking at the cultist who just was talking, but a second one.
This catches everyone off guard. And the Duchess, wait, do you mean like she's like gesturing from like surreal, but then to like the paper, and just there's a lot of cults involved. I'm confused.
No.
To
You
clarify.
Before.
And I will gesture to the two of them. You two, come here. We got some questions for you.
Vizier.
And Mir Kane simply kind of, you can see the gears are turning. Like, is it worth it to try and preserve the ruse? But then eventually, I apologize, my sultan, and steps forward.
Like, rip.
At least they were honest.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, like,
And-
it's a game piece.
The game's up at this point,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
also there's like an ancient dragon that could at any time choose to eat anybody in this room at a whim, quite frankly.
Yup.
The Empress takes Ilamisa's hand, but he places his over hers, and I will be all right, my lady. I will not break my vows to you. And he slips out of her grip and steps forward along with Mir Kane. And the two of them, with arms crossed, stand side by side in front of you, Taka.
There is commentary back to Melvin. It's like, it's really great that you can't see what's happening between your brother and the Empress right now. Like, I'm envious of you.
Have you ever cavorted with the Cult of Red Sight? And if so, to what degree of involvement did you have with their organization?
I was recruited to be a rogue operative in the GSIA, along with several others. However, it was decided that my talents were better suited on the move. My abilities are too obvious and would make it hard to blend in, so I was sent to the Sultan, where I could disguise my magic as chemistry and evade notice for as long as possible until my services were needed. And I cavorted with the Children of Red Sight as one of its founding members,
Okay,
along with
neat.
my brothers.
Just gonna make sure that, you just stay right here. And Riaz is gonna use the Druidic Grove to essentially cast Entangle on the two of them, just to hold them where they are. Just some vines just kind of wrap around their ankles and whatnot.
Yeah, which they do not resist.
Are any of you still working with Lord Jornels and his kin?
We are. Yes.
Do you intend to erode or dissuade anyone here from long-lasting peace?
No. I made a vow to my lady and I intend to keep it. No. I have not been given orders to do such.
But you
So
would
I will do
if
nothing.
she gave the order to. Am I correct?
If my lady ordered me to kill everyone in this room, and then myself, I would see it done.
And what vows have you made to the Children of Red Sight? Since you're
None.
so good at keeping them.
None. The only thing we were told is to follow orders, and that we would reap our reward in turn. We do not follow the Children of Red Sight out of any pretense of greater purpose. Lord Jordanels found us in the dregs and ensured that we were given a new place in the world.
And I will look to each of their leaders and kind of insight check where they are with all this happening.
Make an insight check.
Sure.
Add a 1d6 to that for Bardic Inspiration.
I sure would love to. Okay, so that is going to be a... I am using a lucky point on this to do advantage. So that is going to be 17 plus 12 plus 4
Ooh, are they rolling any deception?
for 33.
Yes.
Well, actually, I used my reaction for that. Never mind.
Okay. Utaka,
Wait, and how are they deceiving in my zone of truth if I didn't sense them trying to resist it?
because you're just reading their facial expressions.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, so 33.
The Sultan looks not only like shocked, he looks almost heartbroken. like he just got told that his best friend was in the CIA the whole time.
Oh,
Like he seems genuinely really upset, and you get the impression that's going to turn to rage pretty quickly.
no. Oh, no.
His daughter, on the other hand, looks a little more just like you feel like she's suspected for a while.
Of course, the vibes
Which
were
is
wrong.
why she wanted us to work with her.
Exactly. Sensible woman. She knew the vibes were bad.
Empress Amelia Rosetta IV doesn't look shocked. She knew. She's just sad that it came out.
She's a punk. No.
We swore no vows. We were simply told to serve and to follow, and that our rewards would come.
And if you two had to sit out the rest of all this, say, in some rooms in Castle Jor or the Silver Sanctum, and your leaders were willing to let you sit this out, would that be a problem for either of you?
Not at all, sir. I would prefer not, but if it is
Sure.
what needs done.
And he will then look to the two leaders.
Get him out of my sight.
She bites her lip, and the Empress doesn't know what to do. And eventually he kind of pulls lightly against the brambles, but with them holding him down, he just...
My lady. Give me time. I will not let them separate us.
You won't.
Just follow your instincts. Trust yourself as I trust you.
So she's a vampire, right?
You don't know.
Or
You just know
something
she's
like
undead.
that.
We just know she's undead, right?
To be clear, the separation would be temporary, and it would not involve any harm done to either of you on our part, so long as you cooperate.
We haven't been
Just-
separated since we were children.
Just separation until the cult of Red Sight is dealt with.
I'll be all right, my lady. Let me go.
As
And-
will you, my lady. It will not be long.
Fine. Fine. Just please treat him well.
We have no
Okay.
interest in cruelty.
Dr. Tails,
Yes, sir.
you know I do hate to be a bother, but do you mind bringing these two to the Silver Sanctum
Right
to be
away,
held
sir.
there?
He holds out his hand, and with a wave, he gestures for them to follow so he can get them outside of the temple where he can teleport.
Good guy, good guy. All right. Well, with that unpleasantness out of the way, is anyone here opposed to the Silver Sanctum's continued existence?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. The Silver Sanctum has been founded as an independent enterprise and city, outside of the jurisdictions of any and all governmental functions on the continent, as a safe haven for those hurt by this war.
It ain't even really on the continent, so if y'all want to get picky, it's not taking anything from any of you.
Where is it?
Under the water,
Breaks no bones to me.
on top of that, I would like to formally extend an offer of an alliance, even should we not reach an agreement today, that the Silver Sanctum beneath the waves is open to any and all who desire peace.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but this actually simplifies things for me. My terms. And she slides one of her hag claws forward and kind of clicks it against the table. You people came onto my land, slaughtered my family, took my home, and left me with but a humble fourth of it. A humble fourth that, I should add, you have since been slowly sabotaging. Lady Unvile, I had nothing to do with what happened to the northern swamp. Nor do I have anything to do with what's happening in the western. Do you not? Your little friend seems to know quite a bit about it. Surely he told you. My terms.
We have the two individual, like, we know the two individuals who had the powers taken from the swamps, correct? It was Tenniel and... Oh, who was the other person?
I thought it was, wait, were Kenny and his sister one of the swamps?
Well, Kenny's
You know
sister
that-
got killed before Kenny got the powers from whatever they stole it from.
Okay, so was it Kenny and Tenniel, or are we forgetting someone?
It was, for the record, it was Tenniel and Francine.
Tenniel and Francine.
Francine.
Lady Envile, we have numerous documents that have stated how the swamps lost their power, and it is within the Silver Sanctum's practice that we are intending to return that magical energy back to where it was taken from, willingly by both participants who were taken advantage of by the cult.
I understand. Just as I'm sure the Empress understands that... My lady, you allowed this to happen. You knew. And you did nothing. My terms are thus. My people will be allowed freedom, independence, and the ability to freely immigrate wherever on this continent they see fit. Be it the Silver Sanctum, the Undarian Duchy, the Bobwin Sultanate, or the Emelian Empire. If an orc or goblin wants to travel there and see it, they shall be allowed to, without judgment, without question, and without harm. If these terms are unacceptable, then I shall settle for what we were doing previously.
My ladyship, would they be subject to the same laws as the citizens of those respective nations?
Insofar as those laws are not discriminatory, I understand that it is law in all three of these people's lands that my kind are animals. You can kill them without worry. So I hope you understand that I'm not eager to have them subject to those particular laws.
Well, then I think it's quite formidable, and he looks to the other lords, that you extend citizenship to all monster folk, to be treated as equals, as your own people. Is this a part of your agreement?
Oh, my father would be ashamed of me for this, but if it's what it takes for peace, Father, I'll do it. In my lands, monster folk shall be treated the same as all others. Aye. Monster folk are allowed in the Emelian Empire as they wish. I was already letting them into the Undarian Duchy, so we're good, right? Of course, Duchess. Our agreement remains standing. As for the rest of you, and she looks to the Hell Knights. If it is what is required for unity, then very well. Let there be peace between the common and undercommon on this land, while we unite ourselves against a greater foe. Let there be
Hopefully
peace.
past that time.
Yeah,
too.
maybe even longer than that. Jack.
Ron holds up the quill.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first?
I nominate that this peace treaty, rather than to end upon the death of the Cult of Red Sight, be continued in perpetuity. As long as the nations that exist that sign this charter still stand, this treaty holds. Should any speak out in the hopes of violence or seeking to harass or otherwise enslave any of the following nations, I will list off, Ground, Jor, blah, 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 that ruler is to be removed, and a joint council with members of every nation signing will handle ruling of that until a suitable leader is found.
And just one more note. And Utaka, starts this, slow, kind of sharp-toothed grin. You're not just signing this in front of each other. You're signing it in front of gods, too.
Which ones?
He's gonna throw a thumb back towards the statues.
And Ivron will also pull off his amulet and put it down on the table. The one that Israel got him for D&D Christmas. I forget what it's called. But it is an amulet of Andraste.
The Empress hesitates, but the Sultan, well, I'm not getting any younger, and signs it, and has his daughter do the same. And she takes her father's hands, and I'm so proud of you, father. Let's live to see the end of all this first, then we can talk about you being proud of me. Lady Unvile steps forward, and if these terms hold, I would be more than happy to make peace. And she looks to the Empress, who's still visibly kind of hesitating to sign, and you're not getting a guilty conscience now, are you?
Would any of my company like to sign, or should I sign for this? All of us had a part in founding the Silver Sanctum, after all.
Perhaps we should nominate a leader for the Silver Sanctum.
For fuck's sake, Ebron, it's you.
Nay, I am a Battle Lord, but I think there is one amongst us who fits this position most effectively. Brother.
Yes, brother.
Oh, God. I thought you were going to say Utaka.
What,
It
just
did
because
cross
it's like
my
under
mind.
the water? Come on.
It did cross my mind.
I would be honored.
The Sultan gives a grin, and you can see the princess looks really excited. And Lady Unvile and General Brooke sign the papers. And the Empress continues to hesitate, but the Hell Knights take the floor next and immediately, happily sign.
I will sign, and I will make room for Israel to sign because we are engaged. And thus, it is legally binding for us to both have our signatures there.
Israel does not often sign things, so she does so probably slower than most people, making sure that it's neat and legible.
The two of you sign. The Duchess Undaria and her advisor. And finally, the Empress is alone. She hesitates, staring at the paper for a long moment. And finally, she holds out her hand to take the quill from you, Averon. But as she does so, Lady Unvile is right. I've sat in inaction for too long because my people benefited. Lady Unvile. Yes, Empress. Your family is not dead. What?
Holy shit!
Wait, are they our kids?
You're not dead! Where's she getting them?
Now that Lord Joron Els's treachery has come to light, this information seems more pertinent than ever. You, of course, know that my empire has been graced with technological advancement that most others do not possess. Lady Unvile kind of gives a smirk, and the general, we're well aware. When Lord Els came to me with the idea of all of this, the children of Red Sight, something beautiful that could be made afterwards from the ashes, he said that all I had to do was sit, my people would benefit, and that he would do all the heavy lifting. I only had to do one thing for him. Capture 3 dragons and bring them to him. They are under Amelia City in chains. Their magic is being used to fuel our electricity and our major spells.
Sign the fucking paper.
Yeah. That'd be the smartest thing to do.
Matt,
Yes.
who is next in line for succession of the Emelian Empire?
There's nobody else.
Alright. Do I get the sense that she is truly remorseful for her actions, or she is only remorseful that it has come to this and been publicized?
Make an insight check.
I'm going to use my nat 20 from chat. That's a 25, I think. Yeah, 25.
She is sincere.
Okay.
Euron promised that the Emelian Empire would have peace eternal if they just take down 3 monsters. They're not even human. Capture 3 dragons, use them as a power source, and in exchange, they will have peace.
Okay.
And it seems like she genuinely didn't know that Euron was simultaneously the man who had made her that offer and the person who's been causing all of this chaos on the continent. She seemed genuinely
Exactly. Orchestrated the moment so that he could make that request of her
Yeah.
and get exactly what he wanted from her.
So
Yeah, the fact that we have a telepathic link, there is a quick rollabout of Gaheris sounding out, do I kill her right here? What's the benefit? Then
Don't
the
do
next
that.
thought,
There would be a
this is
civil
like-
war.
Yeah, like, no, this is like a quick, like, boop, 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 and then it's like, should she resign? What is the benefit? And then the last one is, what's it worth? And he's just
Who'd
like,
rule
just
in her
silent.
stead?
Hmm?
Who'd rule in her stead? You get that amidst your like ba 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 ba.
Yeah.
Exactly, like there's
there
civil
is no
war. There's...
successor to the Emelian Empire.
Usaka like eyes her carefully. It looks maybe a little predatory. I don't know.
Amelia, you mean to tell us you kept the priest's body and buried it under your city and have been sitting on that for a decade? And you told none of us. I couldn't.
And it's going to awake soon.
And Joran Els will unleash it. This is the catastrophe that he seeks to use to unite us.
Joran Els is in Amelia City. I left him behind to watch the city in my stead.
Yes.
And he
Yes.
knows we're all here. What do you think he's doing right now? Sign the fucking paper.
She signs it, but her signature is not the prim and proper thing you would expect it to be. It's this like chicken scratch
thing of her hand twitching before she finally just throws the quill to the side and just steps away with her hands on her head and just like breathing heavily. And Utaka, as you kind of glance down at the paper, you see she signed it with her name and that of Illumis Galeheller, as he was not present to sign it.
Yeah, they're engaged. Like, we all know that. Like, it's...
Nelvin's gonna be an uncle.
You know?
Amelia, I hope you intend to answer for all of this. I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know that you could think, that you had feelings. I didn't know that he was the same man who was causing all of this destruction and pain across the continent and my empire. I just thought he was a knight who was going to keep me safe. I've already died once.
He was a knight once, and he did seek to keep people safe. But it seems his idyllic notions of a good world have gone to the extreme. My lady, your majesty, and all those here, we should not discuss quite yet what to do with one another's falsities and flaws. Now that you have come together, you have proven that we can unite beyond blood, beyond violence.
But if he's going to bring back the priest, how do we stand against that? It took armies to beat him last time.
We have a weapon.
And it may take an army now. We have mustered the forces of the Barodel.
And
They're
you
on
didn't
the
have
way.
us.
On top of that, we have created a weapon that destroys magic.
They all stare at you for a long moment.
I understand your trepidation. One cut from that dagger could kill anyone in this room. But it is the only solution should we all fail to slay the priest. It is a last resort.
I'll put on the notice to my men. Jean Els is a high priority target. The highest. He's committed treason against the Empire. And the Sultanate. The Duchy. And the Alliance. So, I believe that's, 4 life sentences?
Cyril Loke. Let
Yes,
the
brother.
Helmites know that he is now deemed an oathbreaker.
Aye, brother. I'll see it done. And, Utaka, you notice something. The spell slot you expended for Zone of Truth comes back.
Just regained that.
Okay.
Ivron, Gaharis, one of you, it was like, Utaka, I know you did detect magic, but I think one of you did
I did
divine
Bardic
sense here as well.
I did Bardic Inspiration.
Gaharis, your bardic inspiration recharges. All of your abilities that you guys have expended throughout the day, the energy you used up on that begin to kind of surge back into you. Almost like you're a phone on 80% battery that just got put on the charger.
Cool.
And the ground begins to shake.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's the dragon. There is just an audible, oh shit. It
Oh,
makes
no.
sense now.
Wait. Okay, do I get the sense, is that my spell failing, or is that something else?
That's the priest who has unlimited magic funneling it through proximity. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or it could be Lady Unvile. Doesn't she have
Does she look frightened?
first age magic?
Well,
She-
she's not frightened, but does she look like she knows what's going on?
She looks surprised, because bear in mind, even she's unaware of what the priest is fully capable of. They don't know what they did to her family.
I think we might have a fight on our hands.
To
None
arms,
of my
I suppose.
battle musics are working.
Do you need me to add one real quick?
Yeah, tabletop ambience failed me. Literally all
It's
of the fucking battle
there we
tracks
go.
don't work.
All of you, any of you who aren't ready to deal with something like this, Sigil and Papillon, they can bring you down into the castle.
As this is far away, none of you are fully aware of this. Far away in Amelia City, where the Hell Knights are stationed in their headquarters, Joran El's plans have come to fruition. It is exactly as the wheel foretold.
Dun dun dun.
The people of Mazai have united. If they can take out the children of Red Sight now, they will be at peace, and Joran will have proved that his idea has merit. With war, there can be peace from the ashes. And with that, he gives the order for the highest ranking lords of the Hell Knights to break the chains of the great pale three-headed Hydra, the dragon that sleeps beneath Amelia City and provides it with infinite magic. The ground shakes, able to feel it all the way on the other side of the Empire as the mountains that you guys had scaled during the Millennial March begin to crack and split. And all of you hear this distant but no less deafening roar of 1, 2, 3 dragons as the priest has been set free. Utaka, you start to feel almost sick, and your mutated hand starts to like twitch and flail as magic begins to surge through all of you almost uncontrollably, as literally infinite energy begins to circulate through all of your veins. As the priest's massive wings, easily dwarfing the mountain itself, begin to hoist the thing free, dwarfing Amelia City beneath its feet. Literally begins to crawl out of the basically structure and sewer lining. Buried beneath miles of city, the Hell Knights' decades-long kept secret, set free to cause chaos. One head begins to loom and scan the tiny denizens of Amelia City below it. A second head serpentines into the air and taking in the air that they've been denied for a decade. And finally, a central head, which lets out a guttural, chanting roar. The best way I can describe the way their roar sounds, it's like the stepping of an army marching. This throaty undulation as it begins to, again, its feet dwarfing the city as it steps onto the surface, unfurls its wings, and Utaka, beneath the temple, all of you can see the sky begins to darken. All that energy has to go somewhere, and it can't. The entire population of this continent can't hold the amount of magic that this thing is pumping out, so it's going up into the air. And a hurricane is starting to form, centering around its eye. As in Amelia City, the priest rises from the destruction and lets out another roar that echoes across the whole continent as storm clouds begin to swirl around the beast, as the priest has awoken. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Come on, Melvin, cast sleep. Come on. Just. Oh boy. Well, who wants to?
Who here's feeling for poor Lady Unvile and realizing that not only are her husband and kids alive, they've been fused together into this horrible.
Yeah, Joran Els told the Sultan, Empress, and Duchess to kidnap her family so that he could experiment on them in the Silver Sanctum to turn them into this.
What a D-bag.
Yeah, incredibly awful.
Because dragons have the best magic in the world. If you're going to drain magic from something.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Matt. This has been great.
What?
No.
Yeah.
That's not sarcasm.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Joran Els can keep away from my 3 dragon children.
Exactly.
He's like, oh, wait, hold on a moment. I have an idea.
Wait, did you say 3 dragons?
Oh my. I have a little pet project I've been working on.
Do you want to hang out
Wait.
with Uncle Joranels, kiddos?
When we were initially introduced to the concept of the priest and we saw like the thing and the trees, did that have 2 heads or 3?
3. 3 heads
Okay,
and 9
always
tails.
3? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, 3 heads, 9 tails.
And people thought making that anti-magic dagger was dumb.
No,
Who's
that's-
laughing now?
Just waiting for the epic moment of Grias running with it and then tripping and falling on it.
With a nat one. It was like, "Ah!"
Yeah. I will further say, to give you guys a sense of scale how big this thing is, whenever the armies fought it the first time, it was like one army, like the Sultan, the Bodwin Sultanat's army, would fight just one of its heads. One of its
Ghidorah.
heads, like, oh, yeah, like it's able to sit comfortably on the mountains that you guys took weeks to scale.
Oh, the good times.
Yeah.
But, thank you for the music, Matt. Hi, everybody.
And I hope everyone's excited to come back next week and figure out where the fuck this is going.
I'm so pumped. So, hi, everybody. My name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. If this is your first time tuning in, thank you, firstly. From the bottom of my heart, it's always a delight to see new friends in the chat, both old and new. For our raiders that stuck by, thank you so much. Honestly, you're the real MVPs. But if this is your first time tuning into Graham Crackers, literally, we are only about making memories with friends, whether those are playing role-playing games, TTRPGs, or MMORPGs. It's all about the time you spend with the people you love. On the internet. For a live studio audience. But I had the absolute delight tonight of playing Lord Gaheris Neros Blackmont, Lord of the Barodels and the Silver Sanctum. Your Paladin Bard, or Bardadin?
Palabard?
Palabard? It's a work in progress. But needless to say, thank you so much. We love to do it, and we'll be back here on next Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, or a little bit after, depending. Sometimes we run a little bit late. Sorry. But I'd love to know 3 things from each of my fellow cast members. 1, who are you? 2, where can we find you? And 3, what do I usually do for a 3? What current projects are you working on? Because, you know what? Friends support friends. Whether that is just a kind word or, maybe listening to their podcast or, stalking their Twitter and liking all 200 tweets that they made in the last year. Friendship has no bounds.
I do that. That's something I do. I guess I'll go.
Yes.
I was Matt, your DM. I played everyone who wasn't the lovely party. So if you don't get an introduction in the next couple minutes, I didn't play them, as far as you know. I could just be a very good ventriloquist. If you want to see more of my DMing, more of this world and this setting, tune in Mondays and Tuesdays on Odd Tornado Productions, Twitch, and YouTube. On Mondays at 7 o'clock Central Daylight Time, we run the campaign Under Locks and Keys, featuring a party trying to gather the artifacts of the gods to open a magical door that has something behind it: treasure, curse, ancient preserved body of a second age warlord, something. And on Tuesday, you get to watch a group of politicians adventuring through Gaheris and Ivron's homeland to try and unravel a political conspiracy that's taken root there in the past few centuries, and try and weed that out if they can just stop stabbing each other in the back long enough. You get to see the descendants of all the lovely cast members of this campaign in that one. So if you like this party and want to see their kids, that's where you can see them. They've already met Ivron's daughter, and it's quite possible they've met a descendant of Israel's as well. And if you want to see more of just this world and my writing without having to contend with players, tune in to my webcomic Undercommon on Webtoon and Tapas, taking place in the same campaign setting, featuring one of the first goblins to ever become an adventurer after, thanks to the party's actions here, the seeing goblins as people actually starts to take hold in some places, and she's able to actually become an adventurer herself. And I think that's about it. If I'm forgetting anything, check out Odd Tornado Productions official on Tumblr, where we post links to all of the different stuff we do. I think that should be about it for me.
Hey guys, I am Pharaoh. I played Utaka, a Water Genasi cleric rogue today. You can find me here on Fridays for this campaign and whatever future campaigns we might have on Fridays. In the meantime, our bi-weekly Tuesday games will be resuming soon, in which on the Shards of Anarian bi-weekly, I will be revisiting my role as Caesar Stottermain, a Leonin warlock paladin. Yes, I have a multi-classing problem. Other than that, you can find me on Twitter at Ferocious, spelled out and linked in the chat. And I look forward to seeing y'all in our future campaign shenanigans.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Kari. I have played the lovely Israel Blackthorn, the Fey Pact half-elf warlock. Today, you can find me here every Friday, or soon TM. You can find me on every other Tuesday, alternating with Shards of Anarian at the season 2 of Anarian's Rest, which should be continuing sometime at the beginning of June, where I will be reprising my role as Karis Nefsen, the Tiefling Wizard. But yeah, catch me there. You can't really find me otherwise. I am pretty exclusive content, unless you're going over to play Guild Wars, where you might find me running around places. You don't know. But my player name's down there in the chat if you want to spot me in the wild in, my true forms.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. If you want to find me, more of my stuff, best place is Twitter at dsword16. Most of my projects are on hold right now, but you can always find the backlog of them, or the reruns, whatever the hell you kids call it these days. There's the first season of Horizon Skull, which is currently on YouTube on Eva Sariad's channel. Season 2 is coming up in the upcoming months, as soon as I can get designated streaming space for both my partner and I. Monster Crush podcast I do with my friend Heavenly. That's wherever podcasts are found. There's a lovely backlog of those, and my co-host is graduating college in like a week, so hopefully we can get back to those again soon. Very proud of her for graduating from her graduate program. Other than that, yeah, like I said, a lot of stuff's on hold because I moved to the Pacific Northwest and I'm trying to get established here and stuff, and also deal with time zone differences and everything. But until then, find me on Twitter, and I'm sure I'll be in some projects near your Twitch near you soon. Go for it, Jeremy.
Well, thank you, Derek. Hello, Super Chieftains. My name is Jeremy, and I had the pleasure once again to play with these wonderful people as Lord Ivron Blackmont of the Barrow the Protector Asmar, both of the Motion Paladin. I am Graham Crackers exclusive. This is the only place you can find me every Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, for what remains of this campaign at least. And I can be found on social medias under the handle Dane Darkstride, though not a whole lot goes on there because I am a boring boy. However, I do hope that you enjoyed tonight's episode and the series as a whole. Thank you for being here, and thank you for giving us support and your love.
All right. Okay, let me get my sign-off voice. All right, everybody. As usual, it's that time of night again when we have to say goodbye, or at the very least say, until next time. But do something for me and for yourself over the weekend. Take 5 minutes to say something nice about yourself, or do something you enjoy, because you're important. So, stay happy, stay healthy, stretch, hydrated, maybe eat some good food. But we are going to let you go until next time. We're going to raid our good friend, Little Yui, who is a phenomenal VTuber who also makes maps, makes virtual reality maps That's pretty cool. I can't do that. But imagine if you could make D&D maps virtual reality. That'd be pretty cool.
I've seen a few projects trying to do that. They look pretty cool.
Every time I see them in VR chat, I'm like, you should do this. They're like, no. But one day, the more people say, you should play D&D in VRC, you know, maybe that's what we're going to tell them. So why don't we just say, I hope you have a wonderful day. Or maybe send some hearts. So, until next time, stay happy, stay healthy, and we'll see you soon. Stay amazing.